.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
This may be a compliment to this person. Rockstar has Jim Harbaugh queued up. We want to hear from him at Big 12, God, Ryan, Big 10 Media Days on his goals for this upcoming year. It looks like this is a kid reporter that's about to ask him a question. Could be a compliment to this girl. I don't know how old she is, but...
Oh, that's a kid.
You think it's a kid?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. Here is Jim Harbaugh, who's always awkward. I can imagine how awkward he is with a kid asking him questions on the goals for the Michigan Wolverines this year.
You won the Big Ten championship and made it to the playoffs. Both are huge accomplishments. What do you hope to achieve this season?
Right, so our goals would be to beat Ohio State and Michigan State in the same year, win the Big Ten championship, and win the national championship. Those are our 4 goals.
That's kind of 3. Well, I guess it was 4 goals. Ohio State and Michigan State being the 2 separate goals. They should have done that last. God, he's awkward. He just cannot be not awkward.
Yeah, how they didn't beat Michigan State last year.
They kind of. Now, first of all, they couldn't stop Frank Walker. I mean, that's one thing.
Kenneth Walker.
Who's Frank Walker? He's the assistant coach.
Him either. He was almost not even there.
Kenneth Walker, excuse me. They couldn't start Kenneth Walker to save the life. He rushed from 196.
Remember they had the bad fumble call.
Absolutely. The officials made a horrible call. That is what stopped them from beating Ohio State, Michigan State in the same year. He was a long way away from the national championship, but he really should have, Lance, last year accomplished 3 of those 4 goals. We were talking earlier about teams that could potentially start in the top 25 and fall out. I brought up Michigan until I started counting wins and losses for them. And one of our good friends, Charlie Vitella, who's a huge Michigan fan, texted you and said, what, tell Brown to find 4 losses?
Yeah, find me 4 losses for Michigan.
I can't because they play such a crap out-of-conference schedule.
Yeah, they play one of the worst out-of-conference schedules.
Did you tell Charlie I said that?
He's probably listening.
Tell Charlie they play a crap out-of-conference schedule, so they won't lose 4 games.
Charlie is probably on Bud Light number 6 right now. It's 12:58. That sounds about right.
Colorado State, Hawaii, UConn is going to be one of the worst non-conference schedules you're going to find for any school in America, much less a Power 5 school. But they're going to be 3-0 right there. And they're not going to have 4 losses or 5 losses because they're going to be 3-0 right there. In fact, I'll tell you, it's hard for me to find more than 2 losses for them. I think it's probably another 2-loss Michigan team. I mean, I think they'll lose at Ohio State.
Which, again, I told you I had a hard time getting them out of the top 10.
Yeah.
I took A&M and Notre Dame out.
I mean, they're better than Maryland. They're at Iowa. That's a tough game for them.
Game.
At Indiana, that's a win. Penn State at home is a tough game, but it's in Michigan. Michigan State at home, again, they should have beaten them last year. At Rutgers is a win. Nebraska at home. Illinois. That's probably a 10-2 team right there. God, out of conference. Colorado State, Hawaii, UConn, they should be ashamed of that. All right, that's going to do it for the next round. Thank you today to Joel Klatt for joining us from Fox. Montana Fouts, presented by Summit Tree Stands, and our Buddy Buster Only, presented by ATEX. I am scheduled to be off tomorrow. Hopefully Dunaway will be right here in this chair 100%. You'll never know he had COVID. That's my hope.
Yeah, me too.
Either way,
Seriously.
I could be in this chair right here. Either way, we'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Have yourself a great day.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're live now on a Friday show, 29 days away from the start of the college football season. Remember, save the date. August 16th, we're at Walk-Ons in Hoover with our kickoff 2022 party. It's also our one-year anniversary party, and we're looking forward to being out there with all of you folks on August the 16th. A lot of stuff happening in August as we get ready for college football. Big times going on with NFL camps everywhere. A lot of college football to get to today. But we're going to start with developing news. The New York Post among others, reporting now that Charles Barkley, our friend, is going to stay with TNT. And after playing in the Pro-Am yesterday at Bedminster with the Liv folks, left Liv without an official offer, though we know what the deal was there. He had conversations. There was an offer, but no official offer in writing. Charles leaves, and he's going to stay with TNT. I'm happy for Charles that it was a win-win situation for him. In the long run, I think he ends up making more money than he would have made with Liv. I think he'll have less headaches than he would have had with the Liv situation, and he stays a beloved figure in American sports, which I'm not sure he would have had if he had gone with Liv. I think it's a win-win-win for Charles doing what he's doing.
You're probably right. You know, initially when Charles told us this situation and the offer could be as much as $200 million, I said, you're insane if you don't take it because it's 12 dates. You are the forgivable type. You know, with Charles, when Charles says something, if somebody else says it, they might get canceled. Charles can get away with a lot more than most people can. Charles has got enough money to last. He's got generational money now. So that wasn't the big factor for him. I think when he weighed this out, I kind of agree with you now. You know, I thought there might be a way that he'd be able to do both. I guess I'm a little surprised the news came out now. This soon. I thought he would really wait until that offer came down. I did get a text yesterday from our friend Clay, who played in the Pro-Am, and he said, Barkley was phenomenal today. Sat down with me for a few minutes for Outkick. Awesome time out there. He talked about Koepka. He said, man, unbelievable. These guys are way too good at golf. I was a mess, but it was lots of fun.
Yeah, Barkley's improving at the golf, and, you know, a lot of great players, and Barkley was complimentary of the tour. Says he'll continue to support Liv. He's got a lot of friends playing on it, and says he will continue to support the PGA Tour. A lot of friends who play there. Barkley's just one of those guys who, you know, whatever the sport is, we've seen him get called into the booth in the NFL to
well, there were talks about him taking over Monday night.
That's right. I mean, but he is a guy that if he's at a Major League Baseball game, he'll make it onto the TV, or he'll be called in the booth to do a broadcast. Boxing, MMA, in the NHL, he's done NHL in between periods. He is an icon in sports, not just in basketball. And I think, you know, when it comes to marketability, he would have lost a little bit of that.
Well, he knew that.
Not to pull back the curtain too much, but I felt like an idiot at times in our conversations in Atlanta, being the guy going, you know, less money, but you're loved. I mean, why take on the pain in the ass?
Yeah, well, and I was the guy saying, look, you transcend all sports. You're this iconic figure that the more and more people that join Liv, the more forgiving this is going to become. And these guys are going to get their endorsements back. But I think Charles is just a loyal guy. And, you know, Subway and T-Mobile and, Help Me Out, Capital One. I mean, these sponsors that have been behind him for a long time, you know, he did feel some commitment to these guys. And I think that was, I mean, the first calls he made were to TNT because we met the girl in charge of programming for TNT. She was actually with him when we saw him in Atlanta. Made a call to TNT and made a call to all his sponsors and just gave him a heads up. Hey, look, I'm going to listen. And look, he weighed this thing out. Again, I don't think there was a wrong decision. I see what you're saying. I mean, he would have had to deal with a shit storm. There is no doubt.
That's right. And now he doesn't have to do that. That's a report happening from the New York Post on Charles Barkley as he leaves the Liv Pro-Am yesterday. A lot to get to in college football going on, especially in the recruiting trail. One interesting twist that we'll get into after LT tells us about the guys on the screen today, our friends at Precision Sports, that'll get you back into the game.
Oh, these guys are fantastic. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Jace writes in, so in Atlanta, Barkley had Jim dressed as an angel on one shoulder and Lance dressed as a devil on another shoulder.
I think Brown was leaning on my shoulder too.
Yeah.
We had the seesaw weighted down.
Yeah.
You know, Brown's usually he's usually that angel. You're usually purgatory, and I'm hell. But yeah, I think you were on that side. We were on the other side.
And the way we were sitting there at the Four Seasons, it was I was the only one that I was in a high-rise stool high above everyone else on the table. So it was a little angelic up there, to be honest with you. Yes. Yeah.
Welcome back, by the way.
I'm glad to be back.
This is not like you, and I think everybody knows throughout your career, you're one of those guys you play through pain. You're the Cal Ripken of broadcasting, and one day is one thing, but when it became that second day is when everybody back there was like, "Damn, he must be sick."
Yeah, I want to right off the bat, I want to just get something off my chest. I want to thank
Here it is.
Kelsey and Taylor and David and Reed and you and Brown and Lunsford and Forrester, all reaching out with texts to check and see if I was okay.
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm counting 8 employees. You're 9. We've got one more. That's Rocky, right?
Oh, I didn't.
Did I miss your text along the way?
I don't know. Did I not?
I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah, I'll have to look too.
Yeah, I'll have to go check.
Yeah, I'll check too.
If I missed it, I apologize.
Yeah. Well, I got the.
I actually texted you every day.
You did.
Your
You did.
representative updated us every day.
Yeah. Who's the rep?
Mr. Ryan Brown.
Yeah.
Every day.
Well, he was only concerned that I just make sure I was here on Friday,
Yeah,
so
he
could
really
be off.
was.
That's from Monday on. Just as long as you're back on Friday, take your time. Just be back on Friday.
Every morning I come in, it's Dunaway coming in. Nope, he's still sick. His throat's still hurting.
No, but that was Brown. It was always Friday, man. He's out today. He's going to be back Friday, though. I feel this.
Yeah.
The best was yesterday. He said I convinced him. He wanted to come in today, but I said save your voice.
No, I was
and come
coming in
tomorrow.
yesterday,
Yeah.
but he was afraid I'd come in, lose my voice,
and then that would hurt him.
which is traditionally what happens to me after I have a bad illness. But this was it for me. This is, full disclosure on this format, I will tell you, after the 2017 Iron Bowl, well, actually during the 2017 Iron Bowl on the sidelines, I had a little issue with an intestinal tract problem that caused some of my insides to become on my outsides.
It's never good.
Very, very painful.
It's really bad.
Very painful.
So you basically stepped on a landmine.
Yeah, and then I had an emergency surgery on my ass on Sunday after the 2017 Iron Bowl.
I really thought you'd never tell this. I love you being transparent, though.
Yeah, and which involved reconstruction of the below the equator part of my backside.
The new $6 million man.
That's right. So what you see up here, I'm 21 back there. It's
my.
Youthful, if you will. It was a reconstruction, total
I
reconstruction.
just can't, not to jump on your story, I can't imagine the first time you had to sit on the pot after that.
Yeah,
I would be so scared. It would be like Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon 2.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the doctor warns you because it's total reconstruction. There's stitches there
I'm not trusting it.
and everything, and he's like, it is going to be very painful, and there's nothing we can do about it. And they tell you that. And when the doctor tells you that, they've got the little pad that I used often this week, 0 on the pain scale, 10. He goes, it'll be a 10 out of 10. And there's nothing you can do about it. The first time, second time, it'll get a little bit better. Third time, it'll get a little bit better. But it is painful. This was worse than that.
Oh, my.
I developed what is called ulcers on the throat, swallowing on Sunday night. And I'll be honest, I was on my conservative news playlist on Friday night, Saturday. Oh, it's just a cold. It's no big deal. I was ready to come back to work on Monday. And then Sunday night, my sore throat developed ulcers in the throat. And that's when it went 10 out of 10. And it was worse than my 2017 ass surgery.
Yeah, when he told me that, I knew it was bad because I knew how bad that was. And for him to say a 10 out of 10, and I said, well, you've got to be able to hydrate yourself. You could drink water, and you couldn't even really drink water, could you?
No, I had to swallow like this, Rockstar. To swallow was just to swallow a little bit. Just enough water to keep a parakeet alive.
Hey, Robert wants to know, was it close to you being up here on the desk with Chuck?
There's a reason why I'm not, I don't keep a gun by my bedside.
Oh, my dear Lord.
It was horrible. It was horrible because you get no sleep. I didn't sleep at all Sunday night. I maybe slept, an hour here or there Monday, sitting straight up in a beanbag like chair. It was pretty bad Sunday and Monday.
Here's the important question. At 2 hours and 50 minutes, you can have a beer with me.
I will pour one. I don't think I'm going to drink one until I make sure all the meds are out of my system. I mean, God knows what kind of pills I took over the last few days.
I thought the funniest thing was when we asked, how's the voice? I don't know. I haven't spoke to anybody since Friday. Well, what about Maggie?
No, I
live with a couple of people.
Or the doctor with William Hurt, where he just writes to the wife all the time on a
It was just a lot of moaning. It was just
Oh, yeah.
it was just like, hey, you think you maybe you want a spoonful of yogurt? Can you choke down some yogurt? Mm-mm. How about
You should have had a bell like Salamanca on Better Call Saul.
Spoonful of vanilla ice cream.
Well, you're one of those that you're like a supermodel or a dancer in Vegas. You know your exact weight. I'm going to say after this week, you were piping in at 184.2.
No. I had ballooned up coming off of 12. I think I ate 12 hamburgers in a matter of 3 hours. It seemed like in Atlanta at SEC Media Days, and they were thick hamburgers.
Yeah, including Burger King.
Including the Burger King, which is where I swear this all started. I had gained up to, I'd gotten 194 point something.
Yeah, that's why I was figuring that you lost 10 pounds this week.
No, I lost 7 pounds when I was on the scale this morning. I'm down 7.
Okay.
So, but I'm recommitted to better health for the rest of the year.
Okay. We'll see how that goes.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either. So no more eating contest or beer Olympics?
I don't know. But that's what scares me is that I felt as bad Friday as I did at the beer Olympics.
Well, that's what I thought was strange. I thought you were over all of this because you came back strong on Monday in Atlanta. We went out every night in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You didn't seem to have any problems there. And then you come back and it's like you reverted back to where you were with the beer Olympics.
Yeah, 100%. I was like, what is going on? So luckily it's just COVID and it is over with. My throat, I may cough during the show. I apologize. But I'm glad to be back. I didn't get to follow a lot going on in sports. So if I repeat anything that Brown and LT have covered the last 4 days, I apologize. But there's a couple of things I want to get to. And one of those is for me, the problem we have with the NIL and all the money being spent and the courting that goes on. USC is about to watch their biggest commit, the number 1 rated player in college football, Malachi Nelson, who was an Oklahoma commitment, but switched to USC when Lincoln Riley left Oklahoma. He admitted, I was more committed to Lincoln Riley than I was to Oklahoma. But this weekend, he is going to Texas A&M. He's on his way there now, and he's going to spend the weekend at College Station touring Texas A&M. And just as a passing USC fan and as a college football fan, I'd love to know what everybody thinks about, this guy who is committed to USC. He's the number 1 recruit. There's obviously NIL money for him to have in Los Angeles, but he is still going to College Station this weekend and shopping his wares. I don't think he's going to end up flipping to Texas A&M, but my goodness, is he out, trolling for treasures?
Now, Malachi says that he's still fully committed to USC. Look, you can't be fully committed if you're going to read off another menu, and that's exactly what he's doing here. And the gravity of this is going to be really interesting for the SEC because what happens here is Arch Manning, everybody's talking about Manning because of his name, and I'm sure he's going to end up being a great player. But Malachi Nelson has taken over the number 1 spot in front of Arch Manning. So all of the scouts out there are saying that Malachi Nelson is actually a better quarterback right now than Arch Manning.
That doesn't surprise me, by the way.
Well, it doesn't really surprise me either, but here's the thing. If he is the number 1 overall recruit in 2023, he's the best quarterback out there. If Jimbo finally gets his quarterback with all these other pieces, that becomes scary.
It becomes really scary.
That is the one thing that Texas A&M is yet to have.
So with that as the backdrop, LT, if quarterback's the only thing he's missing, and they're doing all of this for all these other players, what is it going to be like this weekend for him in College Station?
Well,
what are they going to bring out?
Yeah, we were talking in the office. I'm looking forward to a good weekend. I really don't know what I have in store yet, but I guarantee you Malachi's going to have a lot more fun than we are. Anybody listening, I bet Malachi is going to have more fun. It is no telling what they are going to lay out because what was the number? $35 million for the recruiting class this year for Texas A&M?
It seems to be a good call. 36, 35, 34.
I mean, if I'm one of these Texas A&M backers, I know the only thing we really have missed is quarterback. So if Malachi Nelson is this good, by the way, 6'3", Los Alamitos, a school that really churns out a ton of talent. I mean, this guy's worth millions of dollars probably to this program.
So where are we on the comfort scale with this, everybody? Are we okay?
I think he'll flip.
You do?
I think he will flip.
You think he'll end up leaving California and USC with all that brand and go to Texas A&M?
Now, I will tell you, it's not going to be the best look for A&M if this happens. Because this guy fully committed to Lincoln Riley. He's a California kid, then fully committed from Oklahoma, now to USC. If he goes to A&M, it's going to be a bad look. It's going to, in a lot of people's minds, and again, most of this stuff is above board. I mean, this is where we are, but it is going to solidify that A&M can outpay anyone.
But why is that a bad look? Why is that a bad look?
Well,
because, I mean, USC was selling this recruiting class on the NIL opportunities they have.
Yeah. I guess it shouldn't be a bad look. I guess what it will do, it will just stamp what Nick Saban actually said about A&M and not so many words.
Well, I don't think anyone thought Nick Saban was lying.
Yeah.
I didn't. Again, if I'm Jimbo Fisher, I go back, I would have played it totally different. I would have played it, that is old school Nick Saban, who is out of touch of where we are now. Yes, we did exactly what he said, and we're the best at it, and we're about to show you.
Yeah, well, and look, and if they are the best, I mean, they are going to show us, because when it comes down to money, I think A&M's got more than anyone out there. And I don't think Malachi Nelson is visiting College Station because he wants to see the traditions and he wants to visit the facilities and meet with Jimbo and check out the campus. This is, we're going to fly in and we're going to see how much money you're going to pay us. And if you're Jimbo, it's kind of an easy sell. You know, if I would say, look at USC. Look at how many Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks they've had. Look at how many national championships they've won. You can do something at Texas A&M in the best conference in the world that no one has done before. You can be this guy. We believe in you, and we're going to give you $10 million.
I still think he ends up at USC.
I hope you're right.
Because
I bet Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, Georgia fans hope you're right.
Well, with California kids, that USC brand, and it's about to be back. It's about to be as sexy as it's ever been with the NIL deals.
But right now it's going off 4-8.
It is, but it's about to be as sexy as it's ever been. Maybe in the history of the USC brand, it's about to be able to be sexier than it's ever been. And as a California kid, I don't think you can miss that opportunity to play for USC. So I think he'll go and he'll be wined and dined, and whatever happens to an 18-year-old on a trip to a college town will happen. But I just don't think it's going to change anything. And I don't mind Texas A&M taking their shot. I'm more worried about how we all feel about guys who are already basically they've already agreed to a contract with us, but they're still out there exploring other options.
Yeah, but if this kid is this good, here's another way you could sell him. Caleb Williams will be a true sophomore. He has got to play 2 more years at USC before he goes to the NFL. Malachi can come in as a true freshman and start at A&M.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So, Malachi, do you want to come in and do you want to sit behind Caleb Williams and not play, or do you want to come in and be our guy immediately?
Boy, if Jimbo Fisher could phrase it as well as you.
He will.
No,
somebody will.
Somebody will for him.
Somebody will.
Yeah.
I think it's an easy sell. I really do.
Yeah. It'll be interesting if he flips. I don't think he will, but we'll see what happens. But that is a.
I hate to throw a stake in our first segment with you being out so long, but I'll take a stake that he flips.
Oh, I'll say he ends up signing on signing day with USC.
Okay, I'll go Texas A&M.
Okay, I'll take that one.
And I hope I lose this stake. There we go. It only took 19 minutes.
That's exactly those lights, exactly the way my throat felt on Sunday night.
It is better, though, right?
My throat?
Yeah.
Better. It's not painful. I have no pain. I will have no voice by the end of the show. Brown was right.
Will you play golf this weekend?
I do have a tee time at 8 o'clock. That's what I hated most about,
Yeah, you made all those plans. Friday, you said you got Saturday, Sunday, and Monday planned.
I did. I had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday tee times. Friday, I'm playing at the Meadows, one of our great sponsors, and I'm 3 holes in before I got my first fever of the whole thing. I'm even par after 3 holes.
Oh, wow.
I'm playing my best round ever. I have gone bogey, birdie, par. And I'm like, this is one for the ages. Give me another Red Mod vodka. Then I play hole 4, think I bogeyed, and I get this fever starting. And by the time we get to 6, I'm telling my buddy Benny Mack, it's time for me to go to the house. I'm not going to be able to play the back 9. So that's how quick it hit. So I was out Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I already had golf planned. I haven't played golf since the first 9 holes back on Friday.
Well, I just need you rested up for next week when we go to Florida.
So y'all have already announced that?
Yeah, we announced it.
All right.
Yeah, so we'll be doing, again, if you weren't listening, I think next Saturday is the 6th. No, Sunday's the 6th.
Right.
Sunday's the 7th. We're doing a specialty show from Florida, August 7th. on a Sunday, I think at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
And then we will do our regular shows Monday the 8th and Tuesday the 9th from Floribama from 9 to 1.
And do we have the white T-shirts that are coming in, next round T-shirts for the T-shirt contest, Lunsford? Are those in the store yet? Okay.
First segment.
Very, very thin white T-shirts because we're going to have a T-shirt contest down there, right?
Oh, are we? Okay. We probably could get that worked out. I
It's
think
not especially show it to Floribama unless we got a next round T-shirt contest.
It's been done before there, right?
It has been done before there. Back, I don't know if they do that anymore, but it was a popular thing
I think
in the 80s.
it was more Spinnaker La Vila.
Down at Panama City. It was a popular thing back in the 80s, the old wet T-shirt contest. When we come back, we will jump into everything else that is going on in college football. Big news in the National Football League. Every camp is open. As Brown told you, I'm sure, a lot. We, as he likes to call it, we play American football, tackle football Thursday night with the exhibition season cranking up. But a lot of big moves are going on. Crazy Kyler Murray news, game-changing injury in Tampa, couple of signees going on. Adam Rittenberg is our first guest at 10 o'clock. We'll continue on. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. If you're looking for a great place for lunch, dinner, or live music this weekend, Odie's is a great place.
It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. How about this, Dunaway? If you feel well enough tomorrow night, Rockstar is the headliner on the stage at Odie's tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Will Haver. It's a duo. Haver's playing drums. Rocky's playing guitar and singing.
Oh, it's like Black Keys, just two people.
Just two men. Two men going at it.
And you guys have already got your set list.
We've got the majority of. I haven't had time to rehearse anything, so Will and I just said we just got to wing it, man.
Yeah.
And he said that's fine.
Well,
he's the boss, man.
If I'm around, I'm planning on being there. It's going to be a great time. You mentioned the live music. These guys will be there tomorrow night. Stop in, get there early, have some of that delicious food from the award-winning Wings Delicious Burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich. You got to use a fork and a knife. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Get the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's all going on Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, your reaction in the chat room to Malachi Nelson taking the visit from California to Texas A&M this weekend. That's all coming up and a lot more on the show that's called The Next Round as we broadcast live from our, Bud. We're presented by Bud Light Next. It's been 4 days, and we're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studios. Thank you. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is "wow." Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts. Alice, tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Again, Adam Rittenberg coming up at the top of the hour from ESPN. He has been at bouncing around from media days from Big Ten. Now today at the Pac-12 media days out in, where is it? Is it Los Angeles, I assume?
It is in L.A., yes.
Yeah, I figured it would be out in L.A. It's a good place to be, you know, while you can go to the Pac-12 media days in L.A. before all the L.A. schools leave to go to the Big Ten. So USC and UCLA getting prepared to answer questions today. A one-day media day for the Pac-12 today. They had their vote yesterday. And I'm wondering if you are the media in the Pac-12, remember, no divisions.
And by the way, I have not seen this.
Who do you think the media now? This is the media. Who do you think the media picked to win the Pac-12?
I think the media went with Utah.
Not even close. It was Utah. Who do you think the media put second?
The media went with Oregon second.
Big gap, but Oregon was second, and then they put USC third. Is that too high for USC? Those are the only three that got first-place votes. USC actually had more first-place votes than Oregon had, but the gap was huge between Utah and everyone else. Utah, big gap. Oregon and USC very close.
You know, the other day, Brown and I, when you were out, we did a little exercise on the 3 most fascinating teams in the SEC for each of us this year. We all had 3 different teams, by the way. But USC is one of these fascinating teams to me because I do think with their skill, if everything comes together with their schedule, they could win 9 or 10 games. They could legitimately win the Pac-12 this year. At the same time, they could easily go 6-6.
Yeah.
Because I just don't know how it's going to come together. So to me, they're a fascinating study. I think Utah has the most talent. Look, we saw how Utah closed the season last year. They are going to be really good this year, in my opinion. So to me, it is Utah and everyone else.
Yeah, I think people forget sometimes, you know, the year Utah had. But I think the reason they have so much love coming for this year is because the quarterback is back and the way that Rose Bowl played out. That was one of the better games, if not the best, but one of the better games of college football last year. And everyone is saying, okay, Alabama won, Ohio State, 1A, 1B, Ohio State and Alabama, Ohio State. But if you will go back and rewatch that Rose Bowl, and some of you have probably already done that, there was such an entertaining game. Utah was stride for stride with Ohio State. There was one moment in that game before an injury that Utah was going to win that football game.
Yeah, look, if Cam Rising doesn't go out, there's a good chance they win the game in a shootout. Everybody looks at the defense, and they're like, what happened to Kyle Whittingham's defense? Well, Ohio State was doing that to every defense in college football. But when you've got Rising coming back at quarterback, and this wasn't the starting quarterback for the first 3 games of the season last year for Kyle Whittingham, he is really comfortable and he is really good. Doesn't turn the football over, very athletic, a guy that rushed for 500 yards last year. And then Tavion Thomas is a running back nobody knows about. He's coming back over 1,100 yards and 21 touchdowns last year. And then that defense is always so solid. They get USC at home this year. I mean, I'm not going to be surprised. Big first week, and it's going to be fascinating to watch Utah travel to Gainesville to take on Florida. If they beat Florida, there's a good chance Utah could run the entire table.
It's one of the great first week games in college football. 29 days away from week 0. We're so close. Camps open up next week around college football, and we look forward to that. We'll be bringing you camp news. Did we announce our Tuesday guest yet? Can we do that already? Nick Saban on the show Tuesday.
I think we did.
Yeah, Nick Saban on the show Tuesday before Alabama opens up camp. If you want to circle that date and make plans to be with us on Tuesday for that. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. You can get that mortgage right now. You see what's happening with the rates right now. You need professionals to help you get that dialed in, how your home can be your biggest asset right now.
Yeah, Dunaway, inflation out in full force. Now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing even though interest rates have risen. Buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters. They want to help you make the best investment for your future. Rent has risen 149% in the past few decades. No sign of it slowing down. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The big comment about Malachi Nelson leaving to go visit Texas A&M and College Station this weekend. A lot of you in the chat room over there are saying we've got to, at some point, have these guys, when they commit before National Signing Day, to go ahead and sign a contract with the NIL, the schools. That if you're going to go ahead and agree to an NIL deal on the front end, which I'm not sure anybody's admitting they're doing now, but I guess some are, that you've got to have some kind of contractual deal. So I guess what we're saying is, for some of you, you'd rather us go ahead and have just open signing day, that a player can sign anytime he wants, which I've always never really understood why we make people wait until a certain window to sign. Why not go ahead if Malachi Nelson wanted to commit to USC and go ahead and get that NIL deal locked in, why not allow him to sign just anytime he wants? Why do we have a signing day and then a window after that you can sign? Why can I just not sign my deal to go to USC whenever I want to?
I'm guessing it was twofold, because National Signing Day used to be a thing. It was a big deal. I mean, when we got the early signing day, then it didn't become nearly as big of a deal. But for a moment, for a good, decade plus, I don't know how long, I mean, that was the focus of our show for an entire day, where these guys were going. People were flipping. So I think there was something about it being a standalone. The other thing is, I think they were trying to respect a 17 and 18-year-old's decision and how indecisive these young kids are. But now these kids are making millions of dollars. So I think it is jumped to a different level. And if I am part of a collective that is giving $1 million to a player and he commits and then he flips and goes somewhere else, I've already committed my $1 million. I know he's not going to get it, but now I've got to figure out a way where I'm going to put that $1 million. So I do think it would be a better idea now to let these guys, if they've got NIL deals, go on, let Malachi Nelson sign with USC, sign his NIL deal, and be done.
That's right. We've changed everything. I mean, literally everything in college football. Why not go ahead and just let them sign whenever they want to sign? Why wait? Just go ahead and sign your scholarship papers.
Yeah, I mean, Goose is right over in the chat room. I mean, he's this is what I was trying to say. He puts it better in words. Players are no longer amateur. We need to stop treating them like they are. Need to have contracts and penalties if you break them. Puts a school in a bind with resources and finding a replacement. I agree 100%.
Yeah, and let's don't leave it into a window. Go ahead and sign. If you're a junior in high school, you want to go to USC because of money or that's where you've always wanted to play. Texas A&M, you love their coaches. Go ahead and sign. Go ahead and sign as a junior. Let's don't wait to a certain time.
Well, and I think this also, if there is anything below board with NIL now, it's going to be the tampering. You've already got a kid that is committed, and, we're going to do everything we can. I mean, A&M is going to roll out the Brinks truck this weekend, which is technically legal, but if I'm USC and I've already had this guy commit to me and we've already got NIL deals lined up, it's not necessarily fair to USC.
The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories. Wherever you buy your beer, drink responsibly. Enjoy it this weekend by the pool down on the Gulf Coast. We'll be drinking it down at the Floribama in a few days. We'll have Bud Lights later on here on the show. We appreciate Bud Light being part of the conversation. Also, you guys are like Zach is saying, the mythical ATM oil man, Hollywood money, man, don't know how the Alabamas in the world will survive in the future. If you've noticed, and this is what Zach is tongue-in-cheek talking about, Alabama's recruiting, you guys have talked about it, is now peaked up, and Alabama with only 15 commitments is up to number 5 in the country in the 24/7 composite. Alabama's doing pretty good right now in recruiting.
Yeah, look, I think as long as Nick Saban's there, I don't think anybody's going to worry about it. I can't remember the lowest that Nick Saban has come in as far as recruiting rankings.
Well, they have a lot of commitments left and room to move up.
Yeah, I mean, class rankings right now, that's the headline right now. Alabama and Oklahoma climb thanks to rising quarterbacks. Now, is this right, though, that Notre Dame is number 1 currently? Is that possible?
Are you on 24/7?
I'm actually on ESPN.
ESPN, Notre Dame is 1. Notre Dame's 2, I believe, on 24/7 composite.
Pretty impressive what Marcus Freeman is doing. I mean, it really is. To have Notre Dame – because, we always talked about the thing with Notre Dame is they didn't have the athletes to match up. And Brian Kelly did such a good job of being able to get them to a national championship game, multiple college football playoffs. But once he got there, he didn't have the players to match up. Well, now if you start having the first, second, or third, the top 3 recruiting classes, you're going to have those players.
But one of Notre Dame's big commitments is he's, speaking of Malachi Nelson, he's visiting Alabama. So he may flip from Notre Dame to Alabama.
This is going to continue. And I saw Zach.
It always has.
Yeah, I saw Zach earlier saying I'm kind of over this NIL. The NIL fascinates me. I wish it was more transparent. We knew exactly what they were getting and who they were getting it from. Well, with that said, it's taken over college football. Like, we really don't even talk about, the teams and games and what we're expecting this year, projections. We're talking about 17-year-olds chasing NIL deals. It's taking college football hostage.
It has, but we will get to the games, and that becomes a bigger story once the players get on the field. Right now, it is still quote talking season,
and we're 29 days away, which is amazing when you think about it.
Yeah, it's going by really quickly. It's interesting that Malachi Nelson's on the move, and everybody's got an opinion about it. Auburn fans, I don't know if you saw this. 4-star quarterback Brock Glenn out of Memphis is committing tomorrow. Auburn's in the mix, one of 5 finalists. LSU, Auburn, TCU, Florida State, and Ohio State. Now, if you follow the people who follow recruiting, they think he's going to commit to Ohio State. 4-star quarterback out of Memphis, the best remaining quarterback on the board, according to everyone that hasn't committed to anybody. But Auburn's in the mix there. We will see where he ends up picking tomorrow. Brock Glenn, somebody to keep an eye on. There. A lot more in college football after LT tells you about the great folks at Bromberg's.
Yeah, look, if you're in the market to get a diamond, you need to go see the diamond specialist. You're thinking about popping that question, only one place you need to go. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to brombergs.com.
Back to the Pac-12 Media Day and the media poll. It was Utah, Oregon, USC, the 3 we talked about. UCLA was 4th.
That's what I would have thought.
Oregon State was 5th.
Jonathan Smith has done a tremendous job there. I don't know if they'll get to the level of where Dennis Erickson had them, and that was back before NIL, but he was pulling NIL. But he's done a really good job there.
Washington Washington State, Stanford, rounding out the top 8. Number 9, California. Then Arizona State, Arizona, and Colorado.
Wow. Arizona State has fallen the last couple of years.
My 2 takeaways is Arizona State has fallen back. The Herm experiment looked like it was going to be really good, and it has not really, came to light. And then Colorado's move to the Pac-12 has been utter disaster.
But I remember we were in Atlanta just a couple of years ago, and they were playing for the Pac-12 championship.
1 year, right?
Mike McIntyre was your national coach of the year, but still.
And they ran him off for some reason.
They did because he had a bad next 2 years.
But it seems like it's a perfect fit for the Pac-12, map-wise. But they've never really gotten traction. They should be so good, but they've never really gotten the traction there. Dead last.
Oregon State, Jonathan Smith going into year 5. And, from a 2-10 to a 5-7, 2-5 COVID shorted year, whatever. But last year, 7-6, and they've got 15 returning starters. When Mike Riley had that program, it was up and down, but he had some 9-10 win seasons. And I think you might be able to see that out of Oregon State this year. It's going to be, that's one of those sneaky good first week games, Boise State and Oregon State.
2 teams that have high expectations this year. Boise State's, if you go to the morning rounds today at nextroundlive.com, one of the teams projected to have a bounce-back season this year, Boise State. Ashley, one of our great female listeners, Notre Dame getting commits based on their uniform reveal video. They did the Shamrock video reveal yesterday.
Did you see the Golix and Marcus Freeman?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was well done.
Well done. Well done. I appreciate them. Superior Thruster, Notre Dame has most of their class done and committed already. That's why their ratings are so high. You're exactly right. Not a whole lot more they can do except lose people there. All right, when we come back, my thoughts on one discussion Brown and LT had yesterday. I didn't get to see any of the show Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but called maybe the first 90 minutes yesterday. And they were in a discussion about Ryan Day. And I couldn't scream at the TV because I didn't have a voice. But in my head, I was screaming at the TV, please somebody make this comparison. So I'll make that comparison now that I'm here behind a microphone to get LT's reaction when we come back. And then we'll talk to Adam Rittenberg, college football top priority today, right here on The Next Round.
Take The Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, Our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Okay, when you don't come to work for a long, long time, you miss stuff. So I was off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So yesterday, I get an alert because, like a good Next Round listener and viewer, I have subscribed on my YouTube channel, and I've set my alerts, right?
Yeah, very, very important that you subscribe. Not just watch, subscribe. Give us a thumbs up.
So I get an alert that says 5 filthy minutes is posted. I was like, am I still drug-induced? Do we do 5 filthy minutes now? I don't even know what that is. So I open up my phone to go watch it, and I stop off Twitter. I didn't spend a lot of time on social media, as you guys know, because it's hard to do that when you can't swallow. No jokes, Rockstar.
We all have our crosses to bear.
Yes. So I'm there, and then all of a sudden there's Dunaway sock jokes everywhere.
That got me good.
Yeah. So I went and watched 5 filthy minutes, and it was hilarious. I loved it.
I would have won.
Now, is it going to be just you and Rockstar every time?
No, I mean, you guys can jump in. It doesn't matter. I mean, we needed to bring Brown in because we couldn't break the tie without Brown coming in, and we really wanted him to be uncomfortable. The funny thing is we've talked about doing this because Rockstar is the funny one, but I wanted to do these one-liners with him. But when we sat down, we didn't have a name for the show or for the segment, and we just came up with it like that.
No, so, I like it a lot.
But I think moving forward, here's what I've thought about. We do 5 each and then improvise after that if nobody's broken down.
But see, you guys did laugh. And you said you didn't break down, but I thought there was a laugh in there from you first, I thought.
No, there was a couple chuckles, but I think the game was like whoever breaks, like you can like, okay, that's funny. Like there's one, the deer joke got Lance to chuckle, but it wasn't a break.
Okay.
Yeah, the deer and then back to the back-to-back deer sock joke. When Brown was there, everybody was going.
Yeah. Now the addition of my name into the sock.
Yes. If he said it the first time, I would have lost it.
Yeah. No, that was a home run.
And it was funny. Taylor was back there too, and she was just she lost it too.
And in any good joke, a little hint of truth is always, always makes it funnier.
Hey, Goose did bring this up.
No, let's don't do it yet. But later on, I want to hear this. I heard you. You pitch this too.
Yeah, and I think you'll do it. I think it'll be worth it for 10,000 subscribers.
Because we're at 8,100 and change as we start the show today. Thank you guys for helping us get over 8,000. I didn't get a chance to share that with you. My thoughts. Brown did a great job, as he usually does, speaking for all of us. No shot there.
No, not at all.
But you are a brand loyal guy, so I think you'll be all about this. Do you know what we're talking about?
I remember you teasing it. I don't know what the pitch is.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, let's do that right before trash.
Okay. Sounds good.
Remind me right before trash what Dunaway has to do to try to help us get to 10,000 by kickoff of the college football season. All right?
And I think if you will agree to do it, I've got no doubt. No, this is before August 16th.
Oh, before August 16th.
Yeah, I think in the next 2 weeks we can get it done.
All right. You know, I'm pretty much already hairless.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Okay. I mean, it's not like I can totally shave everything off. I'm almost pretty hairless.
Your brows never grew back, did they?
They don't grow back well anymore, no.
Transparent. They don't grow back well now.
We've got powder next to us.
Man's falling apart.
My big takeaway after LT tells us about, before Dr. B, Joe Buck. How about Joe Buck?
How about Joe Buck?
ESPN, ABC. How honest is Joe Buck on his Instagram? He says a new network, and he's making sure he's got a new head of hair ready to go. They show him getting hair plugs. He's done this once or twice before in his career, and they're doing the complete hair transplant, bringing the whole follicles, getting them planted up on the top of his head. I mean, most people who go to that trouble in his position on television are so vain they would never let you know that he did it. Hats off to Joe Buck for being transparent.
I like that because there's some people that go overboard to not even sure they wear a toupee. I can't spot them like you guys can.
I
just
can't.
To be there's famous celebrities that supposedly wear toupees.
Yeah, look, I've never been the big. I respect Joe Buck. I think he is a professional. He's really good at what he does. There's just something that rubs me wrong. But I do respect the fact that he's able to come out and say that.
And he's being transparent.
Yeah.
I appreciate Joe Buck doing that. Now, there are many options out there. Easier way than what Joe was doing right there. Start with
I'm transparent.
Yeah, Dr. B right here. He's got LT looking good.
Hey, with age for most comes hair loss, including me, Joe Buck. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over my options. We didn't go as deep as Joe Buck there. We actually went with a non-invasive laser treatment, which I can do from the couch. It's going to increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Gino's like the fifth person to mention this in the chat room. Speaking of transplant plants, take a look at Jimmy Butler. What's up with Jimmy Butler's hair?
I have not seen it.
Can you Google? Just do a quick Google search. I have missed this. I have not been on my usual news gathering trend that I'm usually on, and I've missed Jimmy Butler's hair transplants. Oh my goodness. Reacts hilariously to Jimmy Butler's new hair. There we go. Lunsford's got it up. Rockstar has it for us.
Okay, so based on seeing Jimmy Butler just a couple of months ago in the playoffs, this has got to be extensions.
Yeah, it's just extensions.
The more shocking thing is the dude's tattoos.
Yeah, the guy to the left's got the Sunday Comics.
He's got comic strip on him.
Yeah, just the Sunday Comics next to him.
Is that Pete Davidson?
No, because there'd be a hot chick next to him.
Look, I understand the extensions for women. I don't understand it for dudes.
Yeah, just it's a weave or an extension. Jimmy Butler getting it done there. Probably an NIL deal for him too.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, when we come back, Adam Rittenberg of ESPN talking college football with us. The poll questions that we have out for you, 3 of them at Next Round Live on Twitter, brought to you by our friends at Cowan.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece for heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're going straight to Adam Rittenberg of ESPN to talk to him about all the media days going on and college football being 29 days away. Brought to you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Johnson RV Center, family owned and operated by father and son Rodney and Nick Johnson. Some great folks right there. 2 locations, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Financing available, home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand right there. And always the best value right there with Johnson RV Center. Think about it. If you're going to go tailgate this year, do it with a Johnson RV right now, JohnsonRVCenter.com. Adam, welcome back to the show, buddy. How you doing?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. We're coming off SEC Media Days last week. You've been making the Media Day tour. Do you enjoy the face-to-face, getting to see the players and the coaches when you make it to, like, Big Ten Media Days?
Oh, absolutely. Especially coaches and players that I might not see their whole season, and especially the players getting their backstories is always fun. Learned about a couple of guys from Illinois, twin brothers who grew up in Canada and really only had a chance to play college football after they went to high school in Florida, and now they're both really productive players for Illinois going into their final seasons. And so you get those great backstories from the players, and even with everything going on right now in college athletics with realignment and media rights and some of the less fun items that we're covering, it's always great to have the players there and being able to talk with them as well as the coaches.
You know, we were talking about Marcus Freeman in Notre Dame and the job he's doing recruiting, and he's got 15 returning starters. They won 11 games last year. They were a top 10 team. Is the expectation for Notre Dame this year to make a playoff run?
Well, I think that's always the expectation internally. I mean, that's the only goal that matters for Notre Dame, as Brian Kelly would tell me for years, winning the national championship. And but this year's team, I don't think will be in the playoff. I think this year's team has some flaws, lost a lot. It's in transition for Marcus, who's a young head coach, and I think can be a good head coach. But there's some inevitable growing pains. You even saw that a little bit in their bowl game loss to Oklahoma State, where they blew a big lead. And so curious to see how they are defensively, if they could kind of maintain the really high standard they've had on that side of the ball. And then a new quarterback, most likely Tyler Buckner from California. He steps in as a pretty dynamic athlete. They haven't had an athlete like him at that position, for who kind of can do it all for a little while. So interested to see how good they'll be. But their schedule gets tougher. You get Clemson back on the schedule, even though it's at home. Get a good BYU team in Las Vegas. You might have seen the video they did the other day, which was a lot of fun. And then obviously Ohio State right off the bat, which will be a very difficult game.
Adam Rittenberg, ESPN college football analyst, who's with us, and we'll talk Pac-12 Media Days in a second. But coming off Big Ten Media Days, can you tell me the difference in mood there from last year after the SEC announces Oklahoma and Texas and what you experienced this year with Kevin Warren and the guys after the USC-UCLA announcement? Could you tell a difference in mood and swagger and anything at Big Ten Media Days?
Absolutely. That happened kind of midway through Media Days last year with those moves. And the Big Ten, as you knew, kind of quickly ended up aligning itself with the Pac-12 and the ACC and the Alliance, which was kind of mocked at the time and maybe more so now. But Kevin Warren, the commissioner, I really sense that we're finally seeing who he is and who he wants to be as a leader. That was something I'd asked Big Ten sources for the last few years. Where's the value added? Kevin's a likable guy, but why is he here? And I think we're starting to see why he is. Part of this was things that he did behind the scenes the last few years. He talked about having USC and UCLA on his radar as he researched institutions before he took the Big Ten commissioner job and how many Big Ten alumni are in Los Angeles. He's a West Coast guy. He grew up in Arizona. He sees value in being on the West Coast, and that's obviously happened. And then the media rights deal, which he's worked on now for a really long time, he's extremely excited about. He told me that in 20 years, he hopes people look back and say, wow, look at what the Big Ten did. Look at how they changed the media rights landscape. And that's the next big item that's going to happen in college athletics. So there's a lot of talk about expansion and contact or who's being targeted. But until the Big Ten media rights deal is released, which I'm told will be by the middle of August, that's when we could see some flurry as far as Notre Dame, as far as additional Pac-12 schools. So that's kind of what everybody's focused on in the Big Ten. But I think the confidence, Kevin told me his confidence was always there, but I don't think you saw it expressed publicly and effectively from a communication standpoint the way he did earlier this week in Indianapolis.
Michigan wins the Big Ten last year. They get to a college football playoff. They've got great history, but the day USC takes the field in the Big Ten, are they the second biggest brand in that conference behind Ohio State?
I believe so. I think USC has the potential to be a nationally elite team in short order because of what they've been in the distant past, what they can be under Lincoln Riley. Alignment is a word that's used a lot in college athletics. I heard James Franklin talking about that quite a bit. He feels Penn State has the alignment that they maybe haven't had for quite some time. USC, with Lincoln Riley and Mike Bohn, they've been an absolute mess leadership-wise the last 10 years. And I think now they have the right guys in place. And we'll see how they do in this conference. It's going to be a different style of play, but the way they're recruiting, the offense that they have under Lincoln Riley, they should be a team that's in that playoff mix, especially an expanded playoff mix. They're joining the conference in 2024. We'll have an expanded playoff soon thereafter, as you guys know. So it's an exciting move for the Big Ten because as much as Michigan made strides last year, there's questions about can they be an annual national contender? Can they win a national championship? Ohio State's the only team that has shown that ability to not just get to the playoff, but win a game in the playoff, win a national championship. And that's certainly the goal for Ryan Day this year.
Adam, I'll be honest. I was probably well into my teenage years before I realized wrestling was scripted and not real. So I'm gullible for these kind of things. But I feel like Ryan Day has a real, genuine, not just Ohio State-Michigan rivalry dislike for Jim Harbaugh. Is there a rift between those two that is real, that just isn't Ohio State-Michigan being rivals?
Yeah, I think Ryan understands the history. I don't sense that Jim's a bit of an odd duck, as you guys know. I don't know if he's a guy that's like hated by anyone in the conference, but yeah, I think there's been some tension, especially during COVID and some of the calls that they had. Jim made the comment obviously after they beat Ohio State that hitting a born on third base and hitting a triple, thinking he hit a triple. That's obviously in reference to Ryan Day, who got the job at Ohio State at a young age, didn't have to be a head coach anywhere else. And so, yeah, there's a little bit of something there. But, Ryan didn't grow up in this rivalry. He's a Northeast guy. He's obviously been at Ohio State now for 5 years or so. So he's certainly been indoctrinated into it. But I don't know if there's any more hatred with the two of them than maybe there's been in the past with the two coaches of those teams.
One of the biggest surprises last year was Michigan State, Mel Tucker, 11-2 in year two. I thought it was lightning in a bottle. But with this Dan Gilbert money and this collective, is Michigan State here to stay?
Well, I think Michigan State is showing that it can recruit at a higher level. And they have their plan in place with Mel as the leader to bring in consistently a more talented player to that campus. And if you look at what Mel's been in the past, Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Ohio State, he's only been at these elite programs, the NFL. And so he understands that you need guys, you need the players. I mean, you can be as good of a coach as you want, but you need the talent to be able to take the next step, especially when you're competing with Ohio State and Michigan, and now competing with USC in a couple of years, Penn State. Michigan State has shown that it can compete with Michigan. They've done really well in that series the last 10 years or so. They have not done as well against Ohio State, and so that's clearly the next step for Mel. They were obviously blown out of the water last year in the game in Columbus, but I'm very interested to see what happens when that program has the resources, is all in on football, is all in on a head coach who understands the talent game as well as anyone, just because of where he's been in his career as an assistant.
All right, so Utah, Oregon, USC, 1, 2, 3, the way the media ranks the Pac-12, with Pac-12 Media Days going on today. Adam, your expectation for USC and Lincoln Riley the first year, is that fair? Third right there with 5 first-place votes? Or do you think a lot of USC people and good college football knowledgable people think USC can contend for the title in the Pac-12?
Well, they can contend for the title, but they shouldn't have been picked to win the league. Utah is the best team in the conference until proven otherwise, because they're more of a balanced team. They've always been good on defense. They've always been good on special teams, and they return an excellent offense with Cam Rising at quarterback and Tavion Thomas at running back. And so that's been the piece that's been a little up and down under Kyle Whittingham. And they have to feel really good about their outlook offensively going into the season. So Utah's the best team in the conference going in. I think you could certainly have debate whether it's Oregon or USC at number 2. I think you can make a case for USC, but remember, guys, this team was horrible defensively last year. I mean, I covered them against Notre Dame, and I get it. Lincoln Riley wasn't there. Caleb Williams wasn't quarterback. Their defense was non-competitive last year against Notre Dame and a lot of teams down the stretch. And so it's going to take some time and some work, and you can't fix that all in the transfer portal or by scoring 50 points a game or expecting to score 50 points a game. So I think it's could they get there by the end of the season? Sure, but they're going to have to improve at a significant clip. I mean, we talk about Ohio State. Ohio State, I think, only has to get a little better defensively to be in the national championship game. USC has to get a lot better defensively to win the Pac-12.
Speaking of Oregon, Dan Lanning, year one of the big shocking things in the offseason, for us at least, was Bo Nix transferring from Auburn out to Eugene. How sure are you that Bo Nix will be the starting quarterback the majority of the season for the Oregon Ducks, or is there a possibility that Ty Thompson is that guy?
I think if Bo Nix is healthy, he'll be the guy. I think the connection he had with Kenny Dillingham, who's Dan Lanning's offensive coordinator from their time at Auburn, when Kenny was there as offensive coordinator and Bo was a freshman, is significant. And I think he did some good things this spring. He's got experience. I think he's been a good addition to that locker room. And so I would imagine if he stays healthy, he's going to have every chance possible to be the quarterback. But as we've seen in the past, as you guys know well, it's almost like a Jekyll and Hyde with Bo Nix. So if the other side comes out, he starts making mistakes. Ty Thompson's a capable player. They'll probably give him a shot. But I think it's Bo Nix's job to lose.
Okay, tell me this. One place you want to go this year. You want to go see a game this year before you leave us here.
Oh, man. There's so many. Honestly, in your neck of the woods, I haven't been to too many games at SEC stadiums. And so was hoping to go to Florida. I have a colleague that'll be covering that Utah-Florida game, but would love to get to Alabama or LSU or A&M to see a game. A&M's got a really fun schedule at home this year. So I think that's probably where I would look, where I'd look first. And but there's so many places that if you say, hey, you're going here to cover a game, you're going to get no argument from me.
Hey, well, come October 8th, that Texas A&M Alabama game should be fun in Tuscaloosa, and we'll get Maxon to get you on the sidelines. You'll enjoy the heck out of it.
Man, if you get that from Josh, I might take you up on that. I appreciate it.
You know, Maxon gives those out like Pez dispensers. That'd be no problem. All right, Adam Rittenberg, ESPN. Thanks for being with us, man. We always appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. That is Adam Rittenberg there. Be podcasted a little bit later on right there at nextroundlive.com. It's interesting with USC because they've done everything together. At some point, they'll get on the field. And I think when you have it just seems to me that with the way young athletes now play travel ball all the time, they'll play with their high school team, practice with them 4 days a week. Then they play travel ball with a different group of kids for the weekend. I don't think team chemistry this is going to be hard for me to phrase. I think they adapt to playing with different players easier now than they used to in the old days. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? They're used to playing with different kids and travel ball there and then back with their league team or their high school team. I feel like getting a bunch of stars together at USC, there's a chance they mold together faster than they would have in 1977.
Well, look, they're evolving. They're adapting to what is now the transfer portal that's never going to go away. And I think there was some resentment before. When a guy would come in and he was immediately going to be, maybe even the captain of the team. An example would be watching USC spring game and Caleb Williams. And this is a guy that is the face of the program now and wasn't even there last year. And so he comes in, he buys every one of his teammates a pair of Beats headphones.
Right.
And just watching them and watching some of the interviews, it's like they've all gravitated to him. So they've already accepted him as their captain. I think they've already got a little chemistry, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and go back to 2010 Auburn, right? You know what helps team chemistry? The fact that you're the best damn player on the field.
Yeah.
You know what? Cam Newton comes in, and everyone on the field could see, okay, he makes us really good. You know what helps team chemistry? Us being really good. and they go all the way and win the national championship. That USC team is dangerous because they brought together a lot of stars. And if they can just piece together offensive and defensive line good enough, that's a dangerous football team.
Look, outside of Bryce Young, you can make the argument the most valuable player last year for Alabama was Jamison Williams. We had no idea at this time last year that he was going to be as good as he was. Once his teammates, maybe they saw it because they knew that speed, but once he started to dominate, I mean, that was a guy that was just so pivotal to that offense.
Yeah, I mean, Toa Toa comes from Tennessee to Alabama. They hand him the defensive play calling right off the bat.
I saw an article this morning, top 10, I think AL.com did it, top 10 potentials, and we did this a couple of weeks ago from the SEC that could win a Heisman. They've got Jahmyr Gibbs number 3. So you've got, when we talk about Tyler Harrell, we talk about Jahmyr Gibbs, Eli Ricks. I mean, this is just, it's the new wave of college football.
Yeah. Now fixing that offensive and defensive line is a challenge, but tougher things have happened in college football than just repairing one offensive and defensive line. We'll see how they're able to do that. Houston Nutt's coming up in our next segment. It's part of our Michelson Laser Vision look ahead, brought to you by the great folks in Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make the call that I made years ago. It's actually been 20 years ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind. After I made the call, went in, got screened out, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make this call to Michelson Laser Vision, conveniently located UAB Highlands, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you've been procrastinating, wasting money on contacts and solution every year, don't do it anymore. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Here was the one thought I had when I couldn't scream at the television yesterday. You and Brownie were talking about Ryan Day. And I think Ryan Day will one day win a national championship. Maybe it'll be this year. But right now, Ryan Day is just Lincoln Riley. That's what he is. Ryan Day is Lincoln Riley. They're the same people right now. They've been really, really good, but they both inherited really good jobs from programs that were not down. There was no rebuild. They're the same guy. They're the same guy until he wins a national championship, and I think he will, but they're the same guy.
Okay, but the difference is he has won a playoff game.
He has.
Yeah.
He's won a playoff
And so
game.
he played for a national championship. It just seems like Ohio State is in a different spot than Oklahoma. Even if Lincoln Riley was coming back to Oklahoma with Caleb Williams, seems like Ohio State's in a different spot. You're right as far as the accolades. He hasn't won a national championship yet.
Same guy. He missed the playoffs last year at Ohio State. That's hard to do. I mean, he's got C.J. Stroud and all those receivers, and they missed the playoffs. They found a way to lose to Oregon last year.
Still, I think at the end of the year, the second best team in football was Ohio State. Third best team. Third best team.
I was going to disagree with you there.
No. So Georgia, Alabama, I still think Ohio State was the third best.
Even after Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan ran all over them.
They
I know that. They won the game by 15.
I mean, that was a manhood game.
Yeah.
They ran it down their throats.
I still think Ohio State went into that game saying we haven't lost to this team in a decade plus. They were overconfident. I think it changes this year. I do think Ohio State wins the national championship at least right now. I think he will win one before Lincoln Riley.
Well, I think he will too.
I see what you're saying.
Well, right now they're the same guys,
But Kirby Smart was that same guy last year.
I was just waiting for either Brown or you to say that yesterday. You know who Ryan Day is? He's Lincoln Riley.
Okay, but last year Kirby Smart was Lincoln Riley and Ryan Day.
I don't think Kirby had been as consistent as they had been. I mean, he'd had high moments like them, but I mean, Lincoln Riley was pretty darn consistent. I mean, he was going to be usually in the playoffs, usually losing in the semifinals.
Yeah, but Lincoln Riley in the same boat as Ryan Day last year, not even playing for the Big 12 championship.
Yeah. Speaking of championship games, later on in the show, I want you to give me 5 teams that won't win their conference. You don't have to tell me they win their conference. Give me 5 teams in the Power 5 that would surprise a lot of people, but are realistic, could be playing for their conference championship. You know, last year we had Pitt and Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Wake Forest was a surprise to a lot of people.
Yeah, I've got 5.
Okay, so I got 5 too. We'll do that a little bit later on, but we'll talk to Houston Nutt coming up on the other side. Houston Nutt, longtime college coach, Arkansas and Ole Miss, the last couple of stops on his. But now he's a CBS analyst. He joins us to talk a little bit of SEC football, a little bit of Arkansas football. They're our Baumhauer's 40 and 40 team. We'll get into that when we come back right here. Remember, save the date, August 16th. We're at Walk-Ons, Walk-Ons in Hoover, near the Hoover Met, August 16th. It's our kickoff 2022 party. A lot of fun and festivities there with a lot of our sponsors. We'll have T-shirts and a whole lot of fun for you. August 16th, 5:30 until the party's over with. Walk-Ons in Hoover for kickoff 2022 and our 1 anniversary party.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention The Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, our Baumhauer's 40 and 40 countdown, something I get excited about. By the way, just a personal update real quick before I'll finish that thought right there. I feel so much better right now than I did when the show started.
Okay,
like
great.
something broke at about 10 o'clock.
Well, it's you being back on air, man. It's what you love to
It's
do.
like a drug. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
Shot it up, so I feel better. Baumhauer's 40 and 40 countdown every day. And we're at team number 20 today, Arkansas. We're going to talk to Houston Nutt in just a second after you tell us about our friends at Baumhauer's.
Hey, they are celebrating 40 years right here in the state of Alabama. Back in 1981, Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. And right now, Bob, he feels for us, man. The inflation out there, we all know that inflation sucks. Well, Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited time Inflation Sucks menu. The featured item of the week is the fried Wickles, hand-battered, fried, sweet, and spicy Wickle pickles, served with the side of scratch-made buttermilk ranch for only $6.99. Get in for lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Houston Nutt, CBS analyst, a great college football mind, former college coach, joins us here. He's always kind with his time. Coach Nutt, how you doing, man? Welcome back to the show. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
We're always excited to talk to you. Going to talk a little SEC football. Let's start with Arkansas. You know that program so well. Did you ever think it would take this long to get them back to where they are? And did you, when they hired Sam Pittman, did you think he was the guy to do it?
I want to start with Sam Pittman. I never met Sam Pittman, but boy, just outside looking in, he's really embraced the state of Arkansas. The fans have embraced him, but more importantly, the players have embraced this guy, and they love to play for him. They play hard, and it looks like they're doing a really good job recruiting. You know, the Arkansas job is not easy, and I realized how tough, especially SEC West is, and so it didn't surprise me. You know, when you can, it's easy to have a down year. You know, you look at injuries, you look at different things, but it doesn't take but one recruiting class and then the start of the second one. And if you misevaluate or you miss on some kids, it's very, very difficult. It's a tremendous juggling act to get the right defensive lineman, the right offensive lineman, most importantly, the quarterback, the skilled people, the playmakers, and keep everything together. And, you know, it's not easy. As you know, it's just not easy.
You know, and we've always talked about that with Arkansas. They're hamstrung compared to a lot of these other teams in the SEC because of the regional recruiting. If you were Arkansas's coach in 2022 right now, would you utilize more of the transfer portal or continue to sign high school kids?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I've been on the sideline now going on my 11th year, and I think about that a lot. And things have changed so much. Just look at the last 3-4 years. It's unbelievable. Recruiting has always been the lifeline of the program. It's always 24/7. But now, look at how many different ways you can recruit. Okay, I can recruit a high school young man. I can recruit a junior college young man. And all of a sudden, you can and even a graduate, a transfer graduate. But now you've got the portal. So now you've got to have eyes on the portal. I would definitely have 2 or 3 coaches eyeing the portal because it's like free agency where you get players with experience, players that's played, and they want to come to your school, and you know they've already got laps around the track with experience. Man, you have to. Now you still want to sign, especially at Arkansas. You want to keep your great players at Arkansas. You know, you couldn't sign 25 players out of the state of Arkansas. But we always felt like there's going to be 4 SEC sure enough caliber players coming out, and then we would make that number 10 if they're right there with effort and grew up being a Razorback. They're tough, attitude, character, speed, all those things. But to answer your question, absolutely. You got to get involved in a portal and have your antennas up. And more importantly, you better keep your eye on your players in the locker room, too. You don't want them leaving.
And that's what I was going to get to. Would you have been able to keep that great backfield together, run DMC and those guys back in the day? I mean, that's a legendary backfield, but those guys could have been the bell cow by themselves on any program in the SEC.
Yeah. You know, Darren McFadden and Felix Jones really loved one another. They were so unselfish. They blocked for one another. And I think I wouldn't have a problem. Now there'd be some days where Peyton Hillis, I'd have to say, hang in there, buddy. Hang in there now. Because he's a great player, and, you know, in a lot of schools he could be starting. And so it would probably be hard, just being truthful, it'd be probably hard to keep him when there'd be other schools saying, hey, come be the star running back and start at tailback. We had him at fullback, H-back, slot back, special teams, and he was so valuable, very, very good. But, it's hard. Again, it goes back to that juggling act where you're trying to keep all your eggs in the basket, and yet you want to keep your eyes and antennas up for the players that are at other schools that are unhappy.
You've been around this league for decades, and when you look at the quarterback position, I think there could be 8 to 9 B-plus to 8 elite-like guys this year. Is this the deepest you've ever seen quarterback in the SEC?
There's been some years where there was unbelievable. You had great quarterbacks. You know, you could name some great players. But you're right. You know, when you look at the league right now, you start with Bryce Young, a Heisman Trophy guy, and you go down the line, you look at everybody. And that's what you always look at to me is a guy that sits in the studio. Excuse me. I always look for the one who has the point guard coming back. What I mean by that, the quarterback. Who has the quarterback coming back? And that's what gives Arkansas always a great chance and an excellent opportunity. When you have that guy that's played and been in the league, you have him coming back. The teams with the new quarterback, a young quarterback, there's going to be growing pains because this league is so fast, especially on defense.
Yeah, I'm interested. Were you surprised when Nick Saban switched the way he did? You coached a long time. You saw a change in football when you were coaching, so you had to adapt as well. When he went from defensive-minded coach to what his offense had become, to where he can recruit guys like Bryce Young and just turn it over to him and let him run the offense and get whatever you can out of the defense. Did that surprise you that he was able to make that adjustment?
The thing about Coach Saban, nothing really surprised me because he's so good, and I've never seen a coach that can win a championship at the highest level, a national championship, and have that foot right back on the gas pedal. He's the best at that, and to go forward, always look into the future. But going back to your question, I was a little bit surprised that it was that quick of a up-tempo, the RPOs and all those things when, we came up, when we were competing against each other. It was pretty rock'em sock'em, and there would be a few things that we would do. I did some things with Matt Jones, and he'd have a few things. You got Julio Jones and all those kind of guys, athletes on the field. You're going to be creative, but it's gone to another level with tempo, with RPOs, with, quarterback being able to ride a tailback, the ball's in the belly of the tailback, linebackers, everything points to run. Linemen are coming off with a flat back and they're past the line of scrimmage. Well, they're coming up to go tackle the ball, and then you throw it behind them. It's an unbelievable different game right now. And the defense coordinators, they stay up. They have long hours. But if you notice, they've gotten better. When this first thing started rolling, they were these points. Used to be you could score 24 points and let your defense and special teams take care of the ball on offense. Don't mess it up. Hey, defense, sick them. And then you play sound football, and you got a chance to win with 24 points. Well, that's no longer the case. 24 points is not going to get it. You got to be able to score, and closer you can get to 40, the better. But at least, in the 30s. So yeah, it's definitely changed.
How confident are you Alabama, Georgia have a rematch in Atlanta for the SEC championship game? And if not, who is that other team that could sneak in?
Well, you never know, but on paper, when you look at everything, and I hadn't been at practice, but when you look at everything, and I always start with the quarterback, you think Alabama and Georgia would be there. Now, Georgia, I have so much respect for Stetson Bennett because everybody, I'd be in the airport going from DFW to New York, and each time I'd run into a Georgia fan, and they'd be 3-0 or 4-0. We just got to get that other quarterback ready. Stetson, we just don't think he can take us to the promised land. It seems like everyone I ran into is trying to get rid of this guy, and all he does is win. And he's such a great executor and does things right. And then you look at Georgia's defense. Now, what's going to be interesting to me is I can't tell you the number right now. You probably can. How many of Georgia had drafted?
15
in the first round.
Well,
yeah,
I don't
15,
know.
okay.
Yeah, 15 total. In the first round, I think it was 5 or 6.
I think it's 6 in the first round, but 15 is an unbelievable number when you got guys swarming, and now they're playing on Sunday. That's got to be a drop-off. But, again, when you look at the recruiting that Kirby has done, yes, it points to Alabama and Georgia. Now, you got to keep your eye on Texas A&M. I think Jimbo's doing a good job. He's recruiting very well. I'm going to be curious to see. You always think that I remember the teams like the Tennessees and Floridas in the 98, 99, that Coliseum in Knoxville was rocking, boy. Mm-hmm. And T. Martin, the gang. And so I always expect Tennessee I just expect them to turn the corner. And with their quarterback coming back, I think they'll take a good – I think Tennessee could challenge, if they stay healthy and everything falls right. But when you look at this league, I always expect the LSUs, the Floridas, I always expect them to be in the hunt. But you just never know. A lot of new coaches. You got Coach Kelly, Coach Napier at Florida. Got a lot of new faces on the sideline I'm anxious to see.
So when you played, you were more Stetson Bennett or more Bryce Young? I'm trying to think back to the old black and white film.
I tell you what, I was fortunate to have. I started out, and when we first got to Arkansas, we had Clint Sterner, and he was awesome. He was more Stetson Bennett, but he was taller. And I tell you what, he found Anthony Lucas. We play action and run tough and great defense. And then, we had a guy like Matt Jones. He's 6'6", 240 pounds. And Matt Jones he didn't run that offense. We had to kind of switch things up and let him do some read zone. And if you go back to his highlights, most defensive coordinators, they always told me after the game, I didn't realize he was that fast.
Oh, yeah.
And because the film did an injustice because he had this loping gait. But, with him, then we had Casey Dick, his more Clint Sterner type with Darren McFadden. He had a supporting cast with those kind of guys and the Wildcats. So, it just kind of depends on who your guy was. So it's hard to answer that question because Matt Jones is a lot different than Clint Sterner.
I don't want to bring up bad times, but was 1998 against Tennessee, was that the toughest loss for you?
Oh, I knew you'd bring that one up.
Well, you brought Clint Sterner up, and I just remember him being a great quarterback, and I remember pulling for you guys in that game. I mean, that was going to be a massive – well, I don't want to say a massive upset. You guys were really good in 98, but, it would have kept Tennessee away from winning a national championship.
Well, I'm teasing you because there's 2 games really that wake me up about every 2 or 3 weeks. One of them is the one you're talking about. We outplayed Phil Fulmer's team for about 58 minutes. And on that wet night was really just trying to run out the clock. Clint got his foot stepped on and used that ball as kind of using it as a crutch. And I always wonder now how that replay would look when the ball, when the ball's on the ground, the ground can't cause a fumble. I always think about that because if you recall, Tennessee takes the ball the next possession and they go win the game and they go win the national title. So that game always keeps me up because I always felt like, man, we could beat those guys. The other one, of course, is Florida. We got Urban Meyer on the ropes. We got Darren McFadden, Marcus Monk, Casey. They got a good defense and we fumble a punt there at the end in the end zone. They recover. We should have won that championship. And so those 2 teams always keep me up at night.
I'll tell you, that one hurt me too, Coach. I had a illegal $100 bet on Arkansas that game too. I can say it now. I know what keeps you up now. Missing that 5-foot putt that would make it 69 instead of 70 before you go to the clubhouse. That keeps you up now, right?
That's exactly right.
We always enjoy the time, Coach. We appreciate you so much. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Yeah, the great Houston Nutt there with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, JohnsonRVCenter.com. Check them out for all your needs there. What a good guy. A lot of football knowledge. Had some really good teams. He was in Atlanta there, had a chance to win an SEC championship. I didn't think Arkansas, they're our team today at number 20. I didn't think it would take them this long after Bobby Petrino to get back on steady ground. And, I wonder, do you blame Bobby Petrino or was the hire of Guy Morris?
Well, I think
which one was the biggest setback?
Probably a combination of both. But as Houston Nutt just said there, it's so tough to recruit here. We've talked about the difficulty of this Arkansas job. They've got a lot of money there, which I think will ultimately help in NIL. But it's a difficult job. Sam Pittman's just the perfect fit. We were talking about yesterday, if you look at a program and their coach, does he look like that program? And Sam Pittman might fit as well as anyone. We were talking about Paul Chryst at Wisconsin. That seems like that fit. He just looks like a Wisconsin guy. That's Sam Pittman. With the 19 returning starters last year, I thought that they would be better than the 3-7 the year before, but I thought the record might still be 3 or 4 wins. They won 9 games last year. They could have easily won 10. Now you've got 11 starters returning. You've got a quarterback that could be an elite quarterback in KJ Jefferson. But, man, the schedule is so tough. I mean, you think about playing an SEC West schedule, and then you've got to play Cincinnati and BYU out of conference.
Wow. BYU, one of the toughest teams in the country.
Yeah.
Top 15 team easily.
And I still think Cincinnati's not going to drop off that much.
And that's in Provo, too, isn't it?
It is in Provo, yeah.
Dang.
And that's right after going to Starkville and before you go to Auburn.
Yeah. So, I mean, they could be as good a team as last year and be 3 games different.
Yeah, be 6-6.
Yeah, which would be disappointing. He's done an amazing job. That's Arkansas, number 20 in our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, we appreciate everything Bob Baumhauer and his staff do for us. Again, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. And right now, they've got a featured item of the week on their Inflation Sucks menu. It's the fried Wickles, hand-battered, fried, sweet, spicy Wickles pickles, served with a side of scratch-made buttermilk ranch, only $6.99. Go easy on your wallet. Try their limited-time Inflation Sucks menu. Get in today for lunch or dinner at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
And also today, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. I was looking at Greg Nelson on social media just yesterday. He and his son, they're doing the work together. You can be part of that great family plan that'll take care of your family, too, at Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's what Greg Nelson and the guys want to do for you at Storm Restoration Roofing. They want to give you a free, no-cost, no-obligation roof inspection. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? You know how important it is at protecting your home, protecting your business. He'll take care of your business needs as well. Maybe you need a new roof. Maybe you want a new roof. Maybe you've had storm damage. How about a free estimate on that storm damage? Greg can do all of that for you, and he's not afraid to talk to you on the phone, walk you through the process. Just a good down-home guy. That's what you get from Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife own the company, locally owned for over 20 years. Here's the phone number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. Or just go to Facebook, look him up, Greg from Pell City. It's Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu, and at the top of the hour, I'll try to stump Lance Taylor when it comes to college football. All that and what he's going to try to get me to do before trash to get us to 10,000 subscribers. All that still to come right here on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Braves back in action tonight against the Diamondbacks. Madison Bumgarner pitching for the Diamondbacks tonight, if you want to go cheer for him or against him. Before you tell us about Gutter Cap, pretty impressive run by Aaron Judge. Walk-off home run yesterday. His third of the year. tying a New York Yankee record held by Mickey Mantle with 3 walk-off home runs in one season. It's hard to believe it. I guess that doesn't happen as often as I think. He's had 3 walk-offs through 100 games. He's got 60 games to break Mantle's record. Mantle did it in 1959.
Well, it's hard to do when your run differential is plus 197 runs.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, through right now 100 games. So they've been pretty dominant. They haven't played good. They had, I think up until yesterday, a losing record in the month of July. They're still 11.5 games up on the Blue Jays. They're still going to win that division. They're still, I think, your favorite to win the World Series, as well as Houston, Atlanta, L.A. They're playing. But Judge right now, 39 home runs. He's on pace for 63. And to me, growing up as a kid, that 61 number was the biggest number in sports.
It was.
And then we saw Sosa and McGuire just destroy it, and then Barry Bonds really destroys it. And I don't know what it means now.
It's not the same because the fact that nobody could do it made the chase for it so much better. But once they blew past it, it's just another record.
I mean, if those 3 had never done it, how cool would this summer be?
It would be fun watching Aaron Judge do it because nobody had done it. We've seen it happen now 3 times. So it's not as big a deal anymore. Always a big deal. Rockstar's viewing menu after you tell us about gutter cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. That is the number you need to write down. Call it today. My good friend Chris Stewart. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall. It's not going to be a good situation. Call Chris Stewart. He'll come out, give you the absolutely free estimate. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Great guy. And 45% off the retail price for the next round viewers and listeners. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it. Don't snap it.
You got a new show on Amazon Prime premiering tonight called Paper Girls. In the early morning hours after Halloween 1988, 4 paper girls are out on their delivery route when they become caught in the crossfire between warring time travelers, changing the course of their lives forever.
Wow. You know, I kind of like time travel, but it's become too much. I said I watched The Shining Girls on Apple Plus with Elizabeth Moss. Really, really good. It had that element to it. I don't know if I'm going to be in on that or not.
Apple Plus is just, there's a new episode of Blackbird tonight, a new episode of For All Mankind, a new episode of Trying, a new episode of Loot, and the new series called Surface. I mean, Apple Plus is just premiering a lot tonight.
Yeah, they're turning them out.
And then 7 p.m. on FX, you got Hangover, followed by Hangover 2. I watched the first hour of Hangover 2 and checked out.
Yeah, really?
The Thailand joke he's got said probably 16 times.
Yeah, I know.
I love Zach Galifianakis, but I have no interest in the third one. If I couldn't even get through the second one,
Little Man loves the trilogy. 1 is so good.
Is the second one the one in Bangkok? Yeah, that's not bad.
I mean, there's some funny parts, but I just couldn't get through it. And then the female version of that, 8 p.m. on E, you got Bridesmaids.
Bridesmaids really good.
Really
I mean,
good.
the
Melissa McCarthy, very, very good.
The dress fitting scene is probably the best.
Yeah, in the middle of the street.
Middle of the street, yeah.
And then in theaters, finally tonight, you get the pairing of The Rock and Kevin Hart. This is probably their 17th movie together. Super Pets.
They've got a new movie coming. Oh, it's animated.
Yeah, but they do the voices of the Super Pets.
I am out.
So Super Pets in theaters tonight.
I am watching The Terminal List right now with Chris Pratt.
Are you out of Mad
Taylor
Men?
Kitsch? No, I'm back and forth. I got Blackbird. I got a lot of things. I got Better Call Saul. I mean, I'm all over the place.
Finally watched the first episode last night of Better Call Saul.
It was really good, wasn't
wow.
it? Yeah, really
Start
good.
off with
Lilo. But the show that I'm watching right now, The Terminal List, didn't get great reviews, but it's very entertaining. You know, we had Mike White, former SEAL, with us on Wednesday, and he said it's pretty accurate. So I'm enjoying it. It's good.
And this is the Chris Pratt,
Taylor Kitsch.
Well, Milkman has been telling us on Twitter, watch it. It's good. It's good.
I had another friend telling me to watch it, but you remember Riggins from Friday Night Lights?
Oh, I do, yeah.
Yeah, he's a big part of it.
See, I always thought Riggins was an underrated character. I loved Riggins.
If you could have been a character, it would have been Riggins.
It would have been
right?
Riggins, yeah. That's the one I would wanted to be.
If you see his hair in The Terminal List, he has got, old school 80s mullet. It is flowing.
Yeah. No, I love Riggins was my favorite character, I think.
I watched
misunderstood.
I only watched one season of that.
Of Friday Night Lights?
Friday Night Lights, yeah.
Oh, man.
And I like Kyle Chandler. I love the Minka Kelly.
Yeah, I mean,
she played a great cheerleader.
Yeah, season 2 and 3, you would have really loved
there
Minka
he is.
Kelly.
Right, he's inked up too.
That's Con Air right there.
That's Riggins?
Yep.
God, age is undefeated, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, he's aging well. He's a good-looking dude.
He was in the second season of True Detective, which was awful. He was the motorcycle cop.
Yeah, but
he was. Very good.
I thought he played a good part in that. And I didn't think True Detective, the second season, was that bad. I thought it was okay. I would give it if you never would have seen True Detective the first season, which might be the best one-season standalone of television all time.
And it came out of nowhere.
It came out of nowhere, and it was just the pair, the symmetry, the chemistry of both Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey was incredible. If we never would have had that and just had that as season one, we would have said that's a pretty good show.
Well, they got the new season with Jodie Foster filming now.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited about that.
She's a terrific actress, so be
And
interested
director.
to see what she does.
Yeah, and she's doing it with the MMA fighter, is playing the second lead.
Oh, no.
Which one?
I don't know her name.
Okay. That's what Rockstar is watching on the viewing menu there. When we come back, LT is going to let the cat out of the bag of what he wants me to do to get us to 10,000 subscribers. I cannot imagine what it is. Is it a tattoo? Is it do I change my name? We'll find out what it is. Do I get a piercing?
I think you're going to agree to this. Again, you're brand loyal. I think it will get us to 10,000 subscribers before August 16th.
Before August 16th, like in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. I think it'll get there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does it involve me getting surgery to have abs? Because I'm
you
all
would
in
love
on that.
that.
I'm all in on that.
It's weight training.
Yeah, any of that can happen. All right, top of the hour here, halfway through the show. This is the next round, 29 days away from the start of college football.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that next round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, second half of the show, hour number 3, always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Got the menu ready to go. You know, when you're sick, you're down and out, you can't eat, you got, ulcers in your throat and everything that comes when you're battling COVID. You sit there and you think to yourself, man, what could I eat if I wanted to eat anything? And I kept thinking, Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. How would that Mississippi Delta tamale taste right now, or the world famous fried chicken, or all the sides that go with that, the wonderful desserts that are made especially for Sterling and the crew there. You can find out what is happening at champyschicken.com. champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now. They'll take care of all your tailgate needs when we get to the football season. champyschicken.com. We've got the dry erase boards out here to start off this hour. And I wanted to ask LT, in the Andy Staples mailbag, it was phrased like this: who is this year's Wake Forest? A team that will surprise you, not to win their conference, but play in a conference championship game. Wake Forest could be there again this year, by the way. They've got everybody back. Sam Hartman's a great quarterback. I think Clemson will be good enough to win that division, but I thought that last year too. But I've got 5 teams. LT has 5 teams. Write down 5 teams that will surprise maybe some people, but realistic to play for their conference championship. We'll do them one at a time, okay? One at a time. I got 5 right here too. The first one I have plays a very big week 1 game against Penn State. Don't be surprised if Purdue if they get past Penn State in the opener, if Purdue is in the Big Ten championship game.
Purdue in the Big Ten championship game. Boy, that is hard to envision.
So I've stepped way too far out with number 1.
What? I'll match you, though. At least that is in the Big Ten West. I am going to go with my first one. Same division, a division that we were told cannot win a national championship anytime soon, which I believe. And I am going to go with the Minnesota Golden Gophers. I think they're going to have a really good year. They're coming off a 9-4. They've got 12 returning starters, including Tanner Morgan. Mo Ibrahim is coming back healthy at the running back position. Might be the best running back outside of Travion Henderson in that conference. P.J. Fleck in year 6, he's done a really good job. It's hard to believe he's been there 6 years now. But I think Minnesota, right now, if I was leaning a team, I think Wisconsin wins the West. But if not, I think it's Minnesota.
Minnesota was another team of mine that I had because they call them the Encore 4, LT. Ibrahim, who you're talking about, the quarterback.
Tanner
There's
Morgan.
a receiver and an offensive lineman that were the 4 top recruits in the first P.J. Fleck recruiting class. And they all decided they could have left after last year. They all decided to come back one more year. They call them the Encore 4. I like that name there, Encore 4. Minnesota was on my list as well.
My second one is going to be Virginia.
Always to the wild, wild Atlantic.
Yeah, I mean, the Atlantic.
Or the coastal.
Yeah, the coastal. You never know what's going to happen there. They were 6-6 last year. Brennan Armstrong is one of the better quarterbacks in college football coming back. It's Tony Elliott's first year, so if Elliott was to take a 6-6 team to the ACC championship, would be an upset. But again, that division is so wide open, and they avoid both Clemson and NC State, the two best teams, in my opinion, in the ACC in the regular season. So, you navigated 9-3 in that division, you could get there. So Virginia is number 2 for me.
Okay, so these are teams that maybe don't win the championship, but make it to their conference championship game. That may surprise some of you. The third one I'll go with is TCU. I mean, you would agree the Big 12 is pretty much wide open, right?
Yeah.
The chance for TCU to be the second best team in the league is there. Sonny Dykes' first year there. They get some transfers right. TCU, the Horned Frogs.
Well, look, Max Duggan or Chandler Morris, either one of those guys can play well under Sonny Dykes. I think the offense is going to score a lot of points. TCU could be a sleeper this year. I'm going to go UCLA, 8-4 last year. Dorian Thompson-Robinson coming back. Again, to me, Utah is the best team in the South. We don't know what we're going to get with USC, but UCLA was so improved last year, a team that beat LSU en route to winning 8 games. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is a dynamic quarterback. I think in year 5 they could take that jump. They've got to find a way to navigate Utah, but they could be a sleeper.
Yep. You sang my battleship there. UCLA was one of my 5 as well for all their same reasons. The Bruins are good enough to win that division. And if they win that division, they can win it all. Purdue, Minnesota, TCU, I don't think they can win the conference championship. UCLA, if they got there, they could end up being better than the team from the North.
Kansas State is going to be my 4th. Back to the Big 12. I think the Big 12 was wide open. We saw that last year with Baylor and Oklahoma State playing for the conference championship. Chris Kleiman has done such a good job at K-State. They're coming off an 8-win season. He's got 14 returning starters. Adrian Martinez is transferring a guy. Whether you like him or not, he's got a ton of experience. And in this offense, I think he can be really good. I think Kansas State, outside of Oklahoma and Texas, they've got the most talent. Kansas State might have the best overall team.
You could see them being like a Baylor or Oklahoma State getting to that Big 12 championship game. My last one is Oregon State. We mentioned them earlier, the job they're doing there in Corvallis. That's as wide open as the Big 12 seems, the Pac-12 North. If not Oregon, it could be anybody else, and Oregon State could be that team.
Jonathan Smith continues to build. A ton of starters coming back for the Beavers. They won 7 games last year. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if it comes down to the Civil War. I think Washington still is rebuilding. They're kind of in no man's land. I think Stanford will be improved, but not good enough to win that division. I like Oregon State there. My final one, I got a little orange in mind. I'm going SEC Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't really believe this, but when you look at Tennessee's schedule, really the only losable games for sure are Georgia and Alabama. If they were to beat Georgia, though, in a one-game situation, if Hendon Hooker went off, they've got the skill players to play with them. I think Tennessee could be that team that maybe goes 10-2. They tie with 7-1 conference records, and Tennessee's on to the SEC championship game, and you would win a stake.
A lot of love for Tennessee this year. 5 teams that not necessarily could win their conference championship, but could be in the conference championship game just getting there. Carrie in the chat room, Adrian Martinez is a big reason why Nebraska only won 3 games last year. Good luck, Kansas State.
Okay, so Carrie, here's what I would say. He's used to losing tight games. Now he's gonna learn from those mistakes.
He's used to losing tight games.
Yeah. He's going to learn from the mistakes.
I like the way you turn a negative into a positive. That's a lesson for the kids there.
Hey, different coach, too.
Yeah.
Scott Frost, I think the jury's still out on him. I believe in Chris Kleiman.
So let's do our 4 downs today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Every day on the show, if you're looking for a great way to take care of your car or your truck, not just for tires, but bumper-to-bumper service, it happens with our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, hey, and soon to be a 5th location right there in Pell City. Get in, see them, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need, bumper-to-bumper, they can handle.
First down.
Got to bring him up at some time. More total touchdowns. Got a little Arkansas theme here. KJ Jefferson or our man Will Levis?
I still am not buying Will Levis. I'd go KJ Jefferson on this one.
Yeah, I think I would too.
I mean, everyone keeps telling me Will Levis is a NFL prospect because of what he can do with his arm and this and that, but nobody tells me he can do it in a game. They say he does this and this drill, he can do this, he can throw the ball this far. He throws it at this MPH. I don't see him do it in a game. KJ Jefferson does it in the game. I think KJ Jefferson has a special year.
Well, I think the difference is Kentucky always plays to their defense. They're going to run the football with Chris Rodriguez. Kendall Briles, they're going to score more points with Arkansas. So I agree with you. I think KJ Jefferson has more total touchdowns than Will Levis.
Second down.
At current job longer, Sam Pittman or my man Sean McVay?
That's a tough question. I'm going to go Sam Pittman here. McVay just looks like a kind of guy who could take a break at some point. And I know there was rumors this year, and I never really bought into that. You don't leave when you're on top. Eventually, this roster becomes too expensive for the Rams to stay together. I think he rides it out until the salary cap takes a major chunk out of this championship-type team. Maybe wins another one, maybe two more, plays for one, whatever. But in 3 or 4 years, you could see him taking a break, maybe during the broadcasting thing, maybe just enjoying life, and then coming back later in life to coach again.
To me, Sam Pittman will ride this into the sunset. I think Arkansas realizes what they have. Even if he was to drop back to 6-6 this year, I think they love this guy. I think he loves the program. I think this will be his final stop. I don't know how many years that is. I don't know if it's 5 or 10. I would agree with you. I think it's Sam Pittman, unfortunately. I think McVay is going to be there for a while. There's not a better job in the NFL right now than L.A. When you look at SoFi, they're obviously the world champion. Stan Kroenke will pay him any amount of money he wants, but he might take a breather, do a little broadcasting. He just got married this year. He's still in his 30s.
Yeah, but he spent a lot of time around Gruden, right? And Gruden took a break, took time off. A couple of times, it seems like.
Yeah, I think there's so much, you would say on one hand, football is such his life he never would, but because football is nothing, that's all he does 24/7, sometimes you burn out.
You do. And the old Cinderella song from the 80s, glam band. You don't know what you got until it's gone. Maybe eventually he gets tired of what he's got. He leaves it and realizes, man, I had it pretty good. You could see him.
Well, the Rams know what they got without Sean McVay.
That's right. I mean, you could see him if he took a break to come back and replace who replaces him at the Rams. It wouldn't be the first time it's ever happened.
Yeah, possibly.
Third down.
More total wins this year, Arkansas or the Carolina Panthers?
Well, I saw they made – it wasn't breaking news, but I saw they made a big deal out of Baker Mayfield throwing his first interception in camp.
Well, that's a lot of those to come.
Yeah, so I feel like Arkansas gets more wins. Tougher schedule for Arkansas, but I feel like 7 or 8 wins gets this for the Razorbacks. I'll go Arkansas over Carolina.
Well, I think it's going to be tight. I would lean Carolina. I think Arkansas' schedule is just so difficult. But if they get both Cincinnati and BYU, I think they win 7 or 8 games. I just don't know if they get both of those.
Yeah, they may not. I mean, this Cincinnati team that's coming back, they lost a lot, but it's still a really talented team.
I feel like they get Cincinnati in that opener, but in Provo between Mississippi State and Auburn, I think that's I don't even want to call it a trap game. BYU at that point could be a top 10 team.
That's right. So you would go Carolina.
I'm going to lean Carolina.
Okay. Fourth down.
Happy birthday, Dak Prescott. Hard to believe, still in his 20s. 29 years old today.
I
ought to be 29 again.
When I saw that, it was hard for me to realize he was 29. I mean, I thought maybe he was a little younger than that. Because, Dak Prescott's about to be a 30-something quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, it burns quick, man.
Yeah, but 29 still is, as we know, really, really young. If I asked you, though, ultimately the better career, Dak Prescott or Justin Herbert with the L.A. Chargers?
Dak talked a lot about this being a golden year. There's something about the Cowboys where you think eventually they're going to win again. But they haven't won one since 94, right?
95.
95. They haven't won one since the mid-90s.
Yeah.
Since Emmett and Troy and those guys. I feel like Dak's the guy that can do it. I think ultimately when it's all said and done, Dak Prescott will be looked upon as a better NFL quarterback than Justin Herbert.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I think Herbert's got more talent. I think Dak is with the better organization. And that NFC East is just so wide open. It's so easy to win that NFC East. And when you look at the AFC West now, with the additions of Russell Wilson and Devontae Adams, every team in that division is so strong, top to bottom. So I'm with you. I think ultimately Dak Prescott is going to have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl, and I don't think Herbert's ever going to get that.
I really believe that Jerry Jones wants it so much, but he has always run that organization with his hand in the cookie jar. And I'm not sure his son will run it that way after Jerry passes. And that may be what frees up a great family that loves being owners of the Cowboys, but without Jerry in charge, as the son takes over, sort of loosening up the day-to-day to let the football people do the football business, that opens the door for the Cowboys to finally meet their expectations.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, Jerry's been hands-on. I mean, he's really been the general manager for years. It worked early. It hasn't worked late. You just wonder if Steven is so conditioned to do what Jerry does, if he can give that up.
Yeah, you just I don't want my headline of that to be Dunaway says Cowboys will reach potential after Jerry Jones dies, even though that's what I'm saying, but that seems like that's a bad headline. But he meddles so much. There's a lot of pressure on everybody. Sometimes you don't reach your full potential until the pressure is off.
Yeah, I think Raiders fans were saying that about Al.
Near the end, I think they were.
And now that Mark has taken over, they haven't really done anything. They were in the postseason last year.
Yep.
And I think there's a high expectation.
They spend a lot of money.
Yeah, they do.
They spend a lot of money.
New stadium. Yep. They've got maybe the best receiver in football now in Devontae Adams.
That's 4 downs right there, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. Great guys, locally owned and operated. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, you can get. Go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Again, Pac-12 Media Day is going on today. If you missed that media vote, it is Utah by a large margin, then Oregon and USC, UCLA 4, Oregon State 5th, Washington State, Stanford, California, Arizona State, Arizona, Colorado, as voted on by the Pac-12 media. And if you missed it, all charges dismissed against Texas A&M's Anaya Smith, the Brazos County attorney refusing to press charges there on the DWI, the weapons charges, the 2 ounces, less than 2 ounces of marijuana.
We get the collective involved there too?
I don't know, but they're not pressing charges. Not enough evidence there to move forward with that case there in Brazos County down in Texas. All right, when we come back, I'll ask this question of LT. Are the Angels serious about Shohei Ohtani and what they're doing with him right now? He'll tell us what I need to do to get us up with subscribers, and we'll do trash. All that is coming up after he tells us about the great folks at Red Mont Vodka.
Hey, Red Mont Vodka, the weekend is here. You can celebrate responsibly with our friends at Red Mont Vodka. It's locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the faces behind Red Mont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Red Mont Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, and also available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle this weekend of Red Mont Vodka.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery 5th Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Listen up, guys. Nichols Outfitters is really excited to announce the opening of their brand new fishing department. If you haven't been by the store in a while, you need to go check it out. You won't recognize the place. All the brands, too. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, and 6 Sense Fishing. I could keep going. It's all you've been asking for now in the new fishing department of Nichols Outfitters. See it for yourself. Exit 242 in Pelham and NicholsOutfitters.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
One of my college buddies, Lisa Malouf, just sent me college pictures.
Of you?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Remember that time on the, she was the person that on the show you made me text out of the blue to get a response, whatever.
Yeah, to see if you were really friends.
Right. And then so all of a sudden I had to come up with something to say of why I texted out of the blue.
And what did you say?
I said something like, I've lost all my college pictures. I wish we'd had Instagram and Facebook back then.
So 3 months later, she's sending them to you?
She goes, I forgot I never sent these to you.
Yeah, y'all are great friends.
And she just sent these to me. This is not her. It's her friend Julie. How handsy was I on this hug? Just at a house party. Where's the hand on the hug there?
I mean, HR would have you fired.
It is under shirt on the hug. Just a hug.
I will give you credit, though. You're drinking Bud Light.
Stay true, man.
Supporting the product. This is an old school Bud Light, too.
I'll Photoshop that in.
She doesn't seem to mind. Yeah. Yep. I don't know where you guys are. It's got the old...
wooden panel?
Yeah, wood panel.
It's an apartment in Montevallo. Probably hadn't changed.
Oh, look at the picture above it.
Yeah, that's the crew there, man. Kreger Brown, Hubert. But look at my T-shirt. I had a
Hubert is awesome.
Look at sweatshirt. Y102 out of Montgomery.
Wow.
Yeah. I had no clothes.
Quite the crew.
I had no clothes. Amazing. I was ever kissed in college, Rockstar. Amazing.
Oh, my.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. We will talk a little trash in just a moment, but first a couple of other questions brought to you by our friends at Nichols, and Brown isn't here to read that one. I'm going to have to come back to that one, Rockstar.
That was going to be my escape to go get trash. I need
Can
a
I tell you
piss,
about
too.
my guy?
Yeah, why don't you tell me about Adam Rittenberg?
I'll be right back.
He runs and gets trash, and I'll find Nichols Outfitters.
I've been itching to tell you guys about my friend Adam Rittenberg, MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jay Pear says in the business, you call that a make good. We'll make good on Nichols a little bit later on. All right, so a couple of things here. First off, the sports thing. Are the Angels serious about shopping Shohei Ohtani right here? All the trade deadline's coming up. Now, they're asking a lot, like they want your top 4 prospects or something like that. But are you, honest to goodness, think they're serious that they would ship Shohei Ohtani off somewhere else?
Yeah, I think they're going to be forced to. And it's one of they've got 3 options. One of the options is to pay him. And we talked to Buster yesterday. He's making $5.5 million. He's going to make $50 million. He's going to become the highest paid player in baseball. You've already got the second highest paid player on that roster right now in Mike Trout making $37.5 million. They're 22 and a half games out of first place right now. So this isn't working. As good as Ohtani is, you either pay him $50 million or you get something in the trade, or his contract ends at the end of 2023. You just lose him to free agency. So you've got one of the 3 decisions to make. If I'm an Angels fan, I obviously want to re-sign him to a lucrative deal.
But if and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike Trout has a rare spinal disease.
He does.
That he's got to sort of manage the rest of his career, the rest of his life. He thinks he'll be back this year still, but that now becomes a sketchy situation. I'd rather have Ohtani at this point than I would Mike Trout. And if I'm an Angels fan, I mean, what am I looking forward to if I've got maybe a generational player that we're going to ship off to try to get 4 prospects? I think this sounds stupid, and let me say it in my head before I say it out loud.
No, just go ahead and spit it.
It just seems like it's more entertaining if I'm not going to win either way to lose with Shohei Ohtani, one of the great players, and go see him pitch and hit every day, than to have 4 prospects who I don't know who they are, and one day we be a contender, but maybe not even win then. It just seems I'm throwing away 10 years of having a guy that I would tell my grandkids about. It just doesn't make sense to me that I'd have Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, and we'd talk about shipping those guys off.
Well, your problem for Artie Moreno, the owner of the Angels, is you not only are paying Mike Trout $37.5 million, and that is going to be guaranteed even if he doesn't play. Anthony Rendon got that 7-year, $245 million contract last year. He's on the DL right now. You've got so much money tied up in those 2 players. I don't know if they can afford to actually pay Ohtani. I mean, because, again, this is probably going to be a 10-year, $500 million contract. That's what we're looking at. He's 28 years old. He can do everything. If I'm an Angels fan, I'm upset about it, but I don't think they've got it. I think their best option right now is to trade.
So where does he end up, you think? Dodgers, Yankees,
Hopefully.
Usual suspects?
Yeah, probably.
Usual suspects?
I think somebody said the Padres are in the mix. Padres want to spend, and, I think he wants to stay on the West Coast.
That makes sense. Okay, before we do trash, tell me what I need to do to get us to 10,000 subscribers. You actually think this is something I would do?
Well, I think you would do it, and here's how this came up. So Subway is having their 9 superfans come to Las Vegas. Well, this is I didn't come up with this, by the way. Taylor, by the way, is an enabler. I just want to tell you that, right? Her ideas. I like them. But when I walked out there after doing the Subway story where 9 super fans are going to get tattoos of Subway and they get Subway sandwiches for life, she was like, I think we can get to 10,000 subscribers, her and Kelsey said, if Dunaway would get a tattoo. It could be a small TNR. The TNR logo is really cool.
A tattoo or a next round tattoo?
A next round tattoo. I mean, hey, we're in this for the long haul. If we fly into the mountain, we fly into the mountain. But it would just be TNR. You could.
I'd rather not be identifying my remains by a tattoo.
This is the tattoo they were told to get. If you get this, you get subs for a year. And if you get one 12 by 12 on your back, you get subs for life.
Yeah, I mean, Kelsey wants you to get the tramp stamp of the original Next Round logo right there. I said, look, TNR, you could put it inside your wrist. You could put it, on one of your big biceps. I mean, wherever you want to put it.
Between the barbed wire.
And we get good video of you going, because he loves needles.
Oh, I can't stand it.
So where's the TNR? Can you pull the logo real quick? So,
like I was talking to my daughter about getting a tattoo here in a few days. She's getting her second one.
Yeah, I know you want to. You want to get one,
and she's getting long live right here. Long live.
Yeah, don't get that.
Yeah.
You'll lose your arm down at the Gulf when we're down there by a shark.
So I don't think that will spur up the subscribers that you think it will be.
Well, if it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm just saying, are you willing to, if we have 10,000 subscribers by August 16th, will you get a TNR tattoo or anything next round?
So I could get just simply the letters TNR.
Yeah. Amazing we can't find the logo.
A lot of shading to that logo. I've got the logo.
Rockstar, you can jump up
like.
and grab a hat. There's a TNR hat behind you.
I think we all know what the logo looks like.
Well, I think we do. I don't know if all the listeners. I just think it's a simple, clean logo. Look. There it is right there, TNR. I think that'd look great on you.
Well, of course you think it would look great on me.
It's a conversation piece. It flies the flag. People are like, TNR, what is that? Oh, it's it's part of my company.
It's in red. It says TNR. Does that mean, is that medical for do not resuscitate?
You can just do TNR and all black lettering if you want. I mean, I want to know.
You could one up them, Lance. You could say, you get to 10,000 subscribers, the three guys will all get the TNR tattoo, like Lord of the Rings. They all got the tattoos. Lance, Jim, and Ryan.
And Rockstar.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if all four of us did it.
He's checking out.
I swore I'd never get a tattoo. My daughter's still trying to hold me to this Rams tattoo she said I swore I'd get if they won the Super Bowl.
I remember you saying that.
I don't remember saying that. For 100,000, I would do a TNR tattoo.
That seems fair.
Well, let's up it a little bit from 10,000 to 15,000 by football season, by kickoff.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to get that.
Okay, then what's you literally have skin in the game, but if we don't get there, it doesn't cost you anything.
No, but here's the thing: you want to get a tattoo. I don't want a tattoo.
I want to get a tattoo with my daughter, maybe, and it's a maybe.
She'd get TNR.
She would not.
That pays for her college.
Yeah.
If you get a tramp stamp with the word "Fun Zone" on your back, would you do that?
No.
No. You said you're 21 back there.
I thought for sure that you would actually get the tattoo if we could do 10,000 by the 16th. I mean, that's a high bar.
Oh, it is. It is. It is. I just don't.
You could do it really small.
I just don't think that will inspire the wave of commitments. I think me wearing the unitard would get more people.
I disagree.
Than me getting a tattoo.
Because we would get a tattoo artist in studio while we're doing the show for them to do the TNR. I think TNR would take them 30 minutes, right?
Not even. Yeah.
I think me doing the show naked, if we don't get to 10,000 as a threat, if we got to get to 10,000, if not, Jim's doing the show naked.
I mean, I want to hear
threat.
First of all, I think we could get to 10,000 if he did the tattoo to you. I wonder what
in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I wonder what our listeners think.
I just don't think it'll get the momentum that you think it will.
Oh, look, Taylor is going to put a lot behind this if you'll agree to it.
Bambi says, with TNR tattoo, that's a landmine for sure. It'll bring the company down.
We changed the name. Hey, we got a cooler name. No.
Michael, remembering early in the show, get it on your newly renovated ass.
21 years old, man.
In places.
Okay, so what are other tattoo options?
I don't know if there are tattoo options.
Well, you just said you were thinking about getting one with your daughter.
I just don't think that's going to get the wave of commitment that you want from us.
Oh, I think it would. Yeah. Zach says it won't move the needle, but if you get 100,000 by the end of football season, do it.
Well, that seems feasible.
Yeah.
No, if we get 100,000 by the end of football season, I'll get a TNR tattoo.
Yeah. I'll join Lance and do that. Rockstar?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll speak for Brown. He'll do it too.
Lunsford, you too?
Yeah. All right. We'll throw Forrester in there as well. All right.
You know is in. He said he's in.
You know the one person who's not in here, Miss Tattoo Lady Taylor out here is like, oh no, she's not even in the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
I
bet she would for 100,000 though.
She's an employee, LT. She's not an owner. She's going to move on to a different company someday.
It's a memory thow.
That's the memory she wants.
It's a resume builder.
People get tattoos of like exes, don't they?
Yeah, I guess they do.
Yeah.
Let's do trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Thank you very much for giving me this. And I appreciate my friends also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Yeah, sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, Mortgage Right. We know that mortgage rates have risen. Market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I really am willing to do the TNR tattoo if we can get 100,000 by the end of football season.
Okay, we're all in on that. Yes.
Yeah. But you won't do it before the 16th.
LT, I don't know if I'm going to or not. I'm not going to do it right now in this segment.
Okay, well, you're thinking about it, though.
I will think about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Michelle LeVise laughs a bit now when she remembers the young man who called her home and told her she was a mega winner for the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes. I didn't know this was still a thing.
Well, you'll see if you continue reading the article.
But do you remember that being a big thing, Ed McMahon, after the Super Bowl, where they would actually just show up at somebody's house?
I do remember
that.
When would that have been? The 90s, early 2000s still?
I think it was late 80s.
No, I think it was still in the 90s. I don't know if it made it to the 2000s.
Now, LeVise went on to say, quote, he wanted to know what I would do with all the money. She doesn't recall exactly how much he claimed that she had won. She does recall that all she had to do was send them a cashier's check for $4,800, and then they would come to her home and bring her winnings. Seriously, she told me by phone, she had never heard of having to send anyone thousands of dollars to claim a prize. The prize was supposedly a Golden Harvest sweepstakes that would pay her over lifetime. But she was suspicious because she had never heard of anything called a Golden Harvest prize from the Publishers Clearinghouse. And the young man on the phone spoke incredibly slow and could not seem to pronounce his words clearly.
Weird.
She said there was no professionalism at all in his speech.
I want to get you to be the Golden Harvest winner this year.
Now, congratulations.
LeVise 72 said, quote, actually, I thought he had been drinking. Now, Publishers Clearinghouse and other legitimate sweepstakes do not require you to buy anything, place an order for something, or hand over money to cover a tax or fee or any kind to collect a real prize.
Do you think the argument between the guys was like, we should say 5,000? No, 5,000 sounds like a scam. What about 4,800? Because it sounds like it's a nice round number.
Yeah,
she'll fall for that.
Yeah, let's put Larry on. Larry's the guy that can handle this.
Larry, wake up. Who?
He's the wordsman. He can sell it. Police say a 79-year-old Fort Wayne man is facing several arson charges after he was shown on surveillance starting a fire that resulted in over $50,000 in damages on a car lot. Now, probable cause documents say around 1:15 a.m. on July 17th, Dewey Frederick was seen on surveillance driving to O'Daniel Automotive Group. Now, video shows Frederick opening the fuel door to a Jeep on the lot, igniting a road flare, and putting it in the fuel tank before driving off.
Do you guys have a road flare in your car? I don't.
That guy is criminal.
Oh, it gets better.
Oh, you think? Now, the fire spread to two other cars in the lot, resulting in a total loss of about $43,000 for all three cars, documents said. Police say Frederick then drove to O'Daniel Mazda, cut open the roof of a convertible, dropped a lit road flare into the car, causing over $13,000. I guess that's what the car was worth, because there's no way it's still hanging.
I mean, how can he have time to cut open roofs and stuff? I mean, do we not have alarms going off or anything?
Used car lot, who knows? When speaking to police, Frederick said he started the fires because he bought a Jeep from O'Daniel back in '86. It's a long time ago, by the way.
It's a big grudge.
Claims that he had a bad motor that they, quote, refused to make right. So it was time for the chickens to return to roost, he said.
We'll get you one day. It's going to take a while.
He also admitted to putting super glue in the door locks of several cars on their lots shortly after the purchase. Police say Frederick was upset about not seeing the initial fire he caused, and when he was shown surveillance video, he said, "Oh, that bleeping was cooking, wasn't it?" Detective said he laughed when he was told the owners of the car lot were not happy about the damage.
Coming to roost, man.
He looks like the old man in Home Alone.
He does.
With the shovel.
Yeah, he does. Killed his family, supposedly.
I mean, that red tint that he's got going there is a scary red tint.
You know what's crazy?
He's got.
The more I think about
drunk
this,
killer eyes.
He looks like that guy, but that could be Macaulay Culkin when he's 75.
It could be without the beard.
Yep. Or with the beard. Headline here: American Airlines passengers left sobbing after being held on a hot plane for 6 whole hours. Here's a little video for you.
It was just a steal. Somebody was just this story. Imagine. I can't imagine what Lance would be like in this situation.
But have you ever been on a plane?
Yeah. Well, we've had
when the air's off and you're in a hot locale.
Oh yeah, when you're on the runway, there you just look out your window and you see just a line of planes using one runway, and it's like we're going to be here for a while.
You know what? I don't understand why they don't serve drinks at that time. I mean, it would at least calm people down.
Some people, not all.
Now, American Airlines held passengers on a hot plane with no food or drink service for 6 hours on Sunday afternoon. Now, according to the Charlotte Observer, flight from Charlotte to New York City was scheduled to depart in the early afternoon, but due to issues with the fuel tank, I think I would have just gotten off. The airline transferred passengers to another plane before holding it on the runway. Now, Gina Contino, a reporter for the news outlet who was on the flight, said the first plane had, quote, limited air conditioning for the first 3 hours, while the second plane had no air conditioning or food and drink services.
I mean, there's no reason to be held on a plane in America for 6 hours anyway.
No, I mean, you can just let people off.
Yeah,
I'd slide down the little ramp.
Yeah, take me back to the terminal, and we'll book another flight tomorrow. Let's try again tomorrow. You know, don't hold me anywhere for over an hour. 1 hour is a long time to be sitting there doing nothing.
Well, I think
6 hours is ridiculous.
Safety in numbers. You don't want to get the federal marshal to arrest you, but if you get everybody on the plane, hey, look, let's all get up and tell them we want off. I think they probably would have done it.
Yeah, it's bad customer service. It's just bad planning. Whatever we're doing it wrong. If you're 6 hours just sitting in one place, it makes no sense.
Now,
somebody forgot they were there.
Contino said the airline turned the air conditioning off to save fuel. Their words, not hers. And she said people started sobbing and having panic attacks.
Yeah, at some point, it's a medical emergency. You got to get them off the plane.
Okay, here are some questions people have asked. Does anyone else? I will answer yes to some of these. Does anyone else say to themselves, Wednesday, when you're writing down Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. I go Wednesday, yes.
You say it loud in your head for some reason.
Does anyone else actively not want to use a product if it's advertised too much or forced down your throat?
Oh, 100%. And I've always thought about that if I'm watching a game, like the first 3 or 4 times I see it in one game, I'm like, well, you guys are spending some money on this game.
You obviously don't need me.
But the 4th or 5th time, I'm like, oh, there is no way in hell I would buy my phone service from you, or I would buy, this or that from you. You can overexpose yourself, I think.
I think I know your answer to this one. Does anyone else get pre-annoyed before someone starts talking because you already know how annoying they are?
Yes, but you're not talking about me, I hope.
No, I'm saying you have done this.
Yes. Yeah.
You see somebody approaching going, I don't want to have this conversation. I don't want to have this conversation. Hey, man.
How about this one? And I do this. I don't know why. Does anyone else practice fictitious arguments in their head in order to be prepared in case the imagined situation manifests itself for real someday?
Yes.
And you are a master at that when you're like, man, I own him. Like he was speechless the way I talked to him. He had no response.
Yeah, like
everybody started clapping.
I'm just thinking,
if I've done something wrong, like say I know Maggie's gonna be mad about something, I always play it out in my head so that I can sort of have my plan ready to go on how I'm going to play defense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you write it down? Apparently, you don't have to talk in the house.
Yeah, I don't write it down. But like if I came rolling in at 3 a.m. and she's going to be like, "Where the hell have you been?"
I got a tattoo.
I'm going to be like, "Lance." It usually starts off with Lance.
We can do it tomorrow night if you want, but if you wear that hat that she gave you, she's not going to say a word.
Oh, the
fedora.
The fedora, yes.
Oh, please bring that out.
The fedora. Is it up here? No, it's not up here. I had a bit I was going to do with the fedora.
I don't want a bit. I want Jim wearing a hat.
Okay, does anyone else just allow people to repeat something they've already told you without saying, you told me this already? The most part, I'm like, oh, yeah, you told me this story. I try to, but if they're too deep in it, you just got to let it go. I got this the other day, too.
I don't want to bring this up a lot. But I don't think Brown remembers a lot of the stories he tells on the show
Did you
a
know
lot.
he worked at a batting cage?
There's a few that he goes back to a lot. He tells them like it's the first time.
There was a guy that had brought snakes to the school.
Yeah. But they're, at some point we've been together 13 years, so we've got to repeat some stories, and it's new to some people. But when you've heard them 3 or 4 or 7 times, how can you tell the story like it's been told for the first time again?
He does a lot.
And finally, does anyone else purposely not look at a flashy car so the driver doesn't get an ego boost?
I was on 280 yesterday. I saw a silver Lamborghini, and I made it a point because he was stopped at a light, and I had to pass it. Just even saw it from behind, did not want to look at the side.
Is there a Corvette club in the area?
I'm sure.
I was leaving the Meadows Friday playing golf when I got COVID. And not the Meadows' fault. It was my fault. Atlanta. I'll blame it on the ATL.
Thank you for cleaning that up.
But I'm driving back and through Chelsea, and they were like, vroom, 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 vroom. Three of them pulling in to make a U-turn and go back up 280, back to back to back. 3 brand new Corvettes. Pretty cool looking.
I had 2 direct hits to our small camera, and we were showing something else.
Wow.
Lunsford.
Yeah. Lunsford.
Jesus.
I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him.
Please do.
You got QB2 back there today.
Hey, we do have this is the most skeleton crew we've ever had.
Just the 4 of us?
Yeah.
And Taylor, 5.
Yeah, so 5 of 10.
I think we've done it with 4 before we had Taylor.
Really?
I think we probably one less, but this is what Dunaway had to do the show solo. So yeah. And I think we were 1 down in here as well.
We used to love back in the day at Cumulus when it was a holiday and nobody was in the building.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys like when we're all gone, like to Atlanta?
No, it's not. No, because problems are going to arise, and no.
Not from Floribama though.
No.
Never from the Floribama.
No.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern of a rising cost or gas prices. Now, even a talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high-interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is this possible? Home values are also on the rise. This means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash-out refi to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right. Learn how you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Charles Barkley is staying with TNT. That's the reports today from Sir Charles. After he played in the Live Pro-Am yesterday, he's going to recommit himself with the TNT folks and keep rolling along with the career that he has established. And we'll try to get official word from Charles at some point. I will tell you this hour of the show brought to you by the folks we love a lot right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. That's Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Check them out online right now at champyschicken.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks in the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
I was just watching on the NFL Network on TV2 over here just how much bigger Jalen Waddle is than Tyreek Hill.
You know, that is a team that is getting so hyped in the offseason. And we did a boom or bust, I think it was on Monday, and went through different NFL coaches and players. I think Tua is one of those guys this year. Would you agree?
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, there's no excuse.
You find out really quickly whether or not Tua can get it done. She's sliding in for a reason?
She's going to jump on for a minute.
Okay. Here's Taylor being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters today. If you'd like to get ready for hunting season like Taylor is, Nichols Outfitters is the place to go right there in Pelham, home of one of the largest firearm showrooms in the state and the best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters ready with a great inventory and expertise to get you ready for what's ahead this hunting season. It's almost that time, guys. Just off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com. Taylor Korn back in studio.
Can I say something? Everybody thinks I'm the instigator, the enabler, but since Taylor joined the Next Round family, Double Down Media, and we appreciate the contributions, it's been a lot of fun. I think she has overtaken me as the instigator and enabler. She was the one that came up with the Beer Olympics.
Filthy Five, was that you too?
No, that was not me.
But she truly supported. I got a text last night. Hey, when are y'all going to do this weekly? When are you doing another one?
I think it could be good.
Yeah, we'll do it. But I just don't know how often. But she was the one that came up with the idea if we're able to get to 10,000 subscribers.
I am willing to do it. I just don't think it's going to get the momentum you think. I think I know our viewers and listeners well. But, we can throw it out there. 10,000 by 5:30 on August 16th, I will get some TNR in my body somewhere.
Okay, well that was easier than I thought.
Well, I'm pretty gullible.
You seriously?
Yeah.
All you have to do
But
is
you
walk
know
in,
what?
Taylor.
He's going to hold this against me like his weekend is going to be ruined because it's my fault. Again, I didn't come up with the idea. She came up with the idea.
She's the enabler. You're the pusher.
Yeah, I mean, this would be the entire final hour of the show if I didn't say yes, because I've done this enough that if I didn't go ahead and say yes, he'd bring in somebody else next hour to cross-examine me. So I'm going to say yes.
I just wanted, you believe Taylor. You don't believe things I say. You came up with this idea, right?
I barely even know
Yeah.
Taylor.
I did.
Yeah.
I think, we need some sort of incentive. I think it can happen, but if we just ask, then, what's the point? But if you'll get a tattoo, then people they'll have a reason.
Yeah,
they'll be motivated.
Now, Taylor said she would get a TNR tattoo if we do 100,000 by the end of football season.
I like
You're that committed to your first job.
Yeah.
I'll go on and tell you this. If we get 100,000, you get a raise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deal.
How about this?
Man, 100 is a magic number.
If we get 100.
Lunsford, do you agree she gets a raise with 100,000?
Yeah.
He wants to raise too.
I think everybody's going to want to raise.
Slippery slope.
Yeah, we can figure this out.
If we get 100,000, does she become ownership group at that point?
No.
It was worth the ask, wasn't it?
No, I'm just a supporting factor.
She gets gear. She sits on a couch all day. She's got a good job. She's about to get a beer in 4 minutes.
When this show started today, I said, just watching from afar yesterday, it was so sad seeing an empty chair up here that I think she should do her work when we're one person down, sitting in here. Just keep doing you don't even don't talk. Just do your social media work instead of out there in here just to fill up the space.
I don't want to be a distraction to y'all.
It would not be a distraction. You just sit over there and work. You do your, I don't know, we keep talking.
If that.
We're both.
Give it a shot in the 1 o'clock hour or the 12 o'clock hour. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think people would be amazed at what all you're doing. You're over there.
Well, she has to sit in here one segment because she got a crash course on this board.
Yeah. Taylor's doing a lot of things today. So here we go. Officially on the air. Taylor has confirmed this. If we get to 10,000 subscribers by 5:30 p.m. Central Time on August the 16th, 2022, I will get a tattoo, TNR, somewhere in my body.
Hey, people are on this. So Stephanie from the Meadows sent me, I got to show you this, Dunaway. She's already sent, this is her Instagram.
What does it say?
Pretend
I have my glasses on.
Let's get at next round to 10,000 YouTube subscribers before August 16th. Get Dunaway inked. And click the link, subscribe. So this is already out there.
Welcome back, Dunaway.
We've only got 1,800. I didn't know we were this desperate to get to gimmicks, but okay. 10,000 by August 16th. I'll get inked. It'll be fun. I'll do it.
No, I think it's fun to expose people to our show, right? That's what this is all about.
Oh, absolutely. And we can get a picture of me getting inked and make it into a T-shirt.
Video. We need video footage too.
Yeah. Oh, well, I assume you'll be there for it.
Yeah, I'll support.
So it's got to be an exposed part of my body.
And I
then.
guarantee somebody's going to say, that is too damn small. That's not worth it. You got to get bigger than that.
I will not say that.
Yeah.
It's for the show,
The
Dunaway.
guy who blamed McDonald's for my cheeseburger being too small.
That was McDonald's fault. I'm telling you now, I don't care how big or small the tattoo is. McDonald's has gone down on their portions.
Oh, great. We've gone up now. We've gained 23 subscribers just since I made the bet. From 8,150 to 8,173. We're flying towards 10,000. Let's make it happen.
All right, if we get 10,000 today, I'll do it today.
What would it take to get you tattooed?
Today.
That was just the awkward. People wanted awkward Jim. That was awkward Jim. Here we go.
You got to do what you got to do.
Final hour of the show coming up. Stay with us. Part of it's being brought to you. Got to do these sponsored things, LT. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Yes, our friends at Hemphill, when something's not running right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill Services, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show that includes Rockstar in the lounge today, as we do every Friday. Looking forward to hearing what Rockstar has today, and with my weakened voice, we'll probably get 2 full songs from Rocky today a little bit later on. I know he's always prepared for that.
Your voice is much better, by the way.
It is. Is it warm in here, or do I have a fever again?
I mean, it's on the warmer side. I hate to say that. Now that Brown's not here, I can say that. It's probably 73 in here.
Okay, so a little warm there. But thanks for all the kind words and everything, and for putting up with me not being here for 4 days. I know you enjoy it sometimes, and a nice little break for me. I was back today. I'm on vacation for 4 days, so I'll be back again next Friday. So I'm basically doing only Fridays in studio.
You get the Stern show schedule.
He gets better than Stern.
But 4 days vacation. I'll drive back from the beach, do a Friday in studio show next week, and then I'll drive back to the beach for our fun at Floribama.
Yeah, we got the Mega Millions drawing tonight for $1 billion, and so we've got tickets as a group here.
We think we do?
Yeah. And
has it been confirmed?
I don't know. I sent my money to Brown.
I sent my money to Brown.
Yeah.
But can we just openly talk about this?
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of you are doing this. You're pitching in money at your office, maybe your family members, and you've...
we had your friend across the hall came in and asked us
right.
if we wanted tickets.
So, again, look, you guys that never vote for the lottery here in Alabama, or the politicians who never let us vote, whatever. Meanwhile, everybody driving to states that have lotteries today to buy lottery tickets for the $1 billion drawing coming up. We've all kicked in money as a group up here, and we're going to share. We're going to split it up 10 ways, right?
Yeah. And this could be, like, if we do the lump sum after taxes, it's like $360 million. So we'd all have like, $30+ million each, which completely fine with that.
I'm okay with I'm okay with it.
But here's the funny thing. You bring this up about Alabama, and we love this state, but we are archaic in a lot of ways. 45 states you can buy these tickets in.
45 of 50.
Yeah, we are one of 5 where you can't. Here's what makes no sense when it comes to this, because I'm cool winning the minimum of like 3 or 4 million on the Florida lottery. I'd be okay with that. It seems like when these things get to $1 billion, everybody buys tickets. Your odds are so much lower with this many people buying tickets.
Correct.
That's right. It's better to buy in a low time, right? Because
your odds right now to win are 1 in 390 million.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance.
I mean,
somebody's going to win.
I will tell you, when I was trying to go to sleep last night, excited about finally coming back, I was thinking about what I would do. And it's funny, this popped in my mind. Forrester's not here today, and I didn't see whether or not he had contributed to the amount we wanted to contribute. And I thought to myself, of all 10 people up here, if one person did not contribute, but we did win, I don't think we exclude anybody. We split it 10 ways.
Yeah, we'd have to.
Right? Just, he may have been tied up doing something. Walls may have been out selling something. Whomever is up here working, I say we're 10-person whole. We're 10 strong.
Here's where it gets tricky. Investors.
Well, I mean, I don't think they were part of the 10. The
collective.
The 10 that are here every day that would have been in on that text.
Yeah, and most of the investors don't need it anyway, right?
That's right. They made their big investment already.
They're okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I think everybody that works up here on a day-to-day basis, they should split in the winnings.
Because in my dream, I don't know why, but it was Forrester who did not kick in his amount of money we requested. And
I did not kick in any money, so I will admit. And I also didn't reach out to Dunaway, so I have been a bad guy this whole week.
Okay, so if we win, I think Rockstar gets a cut.
You
I'm okay with that.
You want me to contribute right now to increase the odds?
I mean, you'd feel like complete shit if you don't give your $10.
Yeah. Okay. I will Venmo Ryan Brown right now.
But he's going to tell you, I've already bought him, Rocky.
No, but he's buying for everybody.
No, it's good. It's good. Either way, I just think it's...
So did you have, in the dream, Forrester didn't pitch in, but did we win this?
Oh, yeah, we won.
Wow.
And then it was a discussion on Forrester was back there moping. He's like, Falcons suck, White Sox suck, and I didn't but win the lottery with everyone else. And I was like, Forrester, man, you're part of us. You get it.
Wouldn't this be more the Dunaway move? You're the guy that didn't pitch in, and then we're all like, dude, you didn't pitch in.
Yeah.
I mean, you had every opportunity.
Yeah. That would sound something like Brown would tell me, yeah.
So Brown said he's out. He's done with the show. I said I'm going to still do the show at least one more year.
Brown would quit the show.
He said he would quit the show.
I never understand that.
I believe that, though, don't you?
100%.
Yeah.
100% I believe that.
Can you pay an amount to get to play to Augusta? Like, can you say, I will give you $2 million right
you
now?
You can't buy your way in.
Yep, can't buy your way in.
And personality ain't getting him there either. So
it is.
Did you know he worked at a batting cage?
It is funny how everyone drops logic when it comes to winning the lottery. I mean, Jack looked at me last night and he said, "Hey, are we going to get a lake house or a beach house if you win this?"
I've gone back and forth.
I was like,
we're
getting both.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth. I think I'm to the lake house time.
Well, it's the convenience of the lake house would be great. But if they were both the same drive, you'd rather go to the beach, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, getting in that lake, not having to worry about, at some point I'm going to have to worry about gators because the way the climate change is going, we're going to have gators in Lake at some point, or what is it, Lake Martin at some point. We'll have gator infestation down there. And
I swam across the Tom Bigby, plenty of gators down there.
But I don't worry about sharks when I'm in the lake. I enjoy my lake time tremendously.
But when you're in the ocean, you do worry about that.
Oh, constantly.
But, actually, if we won this could be one of the things that we could talk about as a group. We could have a TNR plane.
Yeah, that's how lottery people go broke. Right there.
Pilot.
Yeah.
No, but if we won $1 billion, we could afford that.
Jay says, I'm not surprised at all Brown would be the one to say, see ya, if he hit the lottery, #no loyalty.
I think most people would be surprised that I would work, but I would. I would at least give it another year. I wouldn't have anything else to do.
Yeah. Well, I know this sounds weird.
I get enough pool time. You get enough golf time.
Yeah.
We still get to do this.
I know this sounds weird, but I enjoy doing this.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
I do too.
I enjoy doing this. And
now the show might get a little weirder if we won $1 billion.
I've developed, friendships with our viewers and our listeners that I really admire and like, a lot of them. And, I just wouldn't want to go away, because I feel like for some people, we're 3 or 4 hours, 30 minutes, an hour a day that helps get them through their day. And I felt really guilty when for personal reasons we chose to leave our other show to come do this, because for 2 months we were unavailable. And I felt bad not being there for them for 2 months. Which is why, it worked out. We chose to do it when we did it. We didn't miss any football time. Not that we matter to anybody, but I feel like for some people it's a chance to have a couple of friends.
When we went through the pandemic, and I don't know if we've shared this story on the air or not. Maybe Brown has a couple of times. But, everybody got furloughed at our company. And we were given the opportunity. We were going to take a pay cut. That was mandatory. But we were also... with the pay cut, you were supposed to take a month off. And we decided collectively as a team there was no reason to do that. We didn't have anything to do. People out there were suffering. I mean, there were people that were having some seriously psychological issues because of everything, being isolated, not being able to get out and about. And so we decided as a team to continue to push through, not take the week off.
Yeah. So in other words, on a rotating basis, one of the four of us was working for free for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we never, I mean, I'm not patting ourselves on the back. First of all, we had nothing else to do during the pandemic, but we felt us as a collective team is better than one missing. Now, we've got to take vacations. I love taking vacation. I'm taking vacation probably next Friday.
Yeah, I just missed 4 for sickness, and I'm missing 4 for vacation, but I'm not going to cancel. In the old days, I would have probably canceled my vacation.
Oh, no. We had a discussion about that. I said you shouldn't. I said if y'all do, though, I would fill right in because I would pick up y'all's place and go because I'm ready to go on vacation. But we did have the discussion because you missed this week that you probably would try to shut down your vacation.
No, in the past I would have when we were not the owners and stuff. But I know now that, in our situation here, you guys have no problem with me missing those 4 days and still taking 4 days for myself. Yeah, because last week was not a vacation, or this week was not a vacation.
You said it years ago when we talked about, if we had all the money in the world, what would you do? And I said Netflix and couch, and you were like, I'd keep working. I do believe because we're doing this now, I would keep doing this.
Yeah.
I really do for a while. I don't know how long.
Well, and again, we would all have come into a bunch of money, but I
like how we're talking about this is like a realistic possibility.
It's going to happen.
You don't think anybody else?
You dreamed it did, though.
You don't think anybody else thinks they're going to win?
That's what
this?
I'm saying. It's illogical thoughts for logical people. Everybody right now is playing. They've already spent this money.
But I can't give everybody that money because I got to keep my part and you got to keep your part. But and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I feel like I owe the guys at Champions Boxing, who I'm about to tell you about. They're using our platform to grow their business. I feel like we owe them. I feel like we owe Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing and, the folks from Precision Sports. His whole family was up here earlier.
Yep.
I feel like we owe them.
Yeah,
those people have invested with us.
You hand out to one.
No, we're not giving them any money, but I feel like we owe them to stay on the air and help their businesses grow.
Of course.
That's the way I would look at it. I understand what Brown's doing, and that's Brown. But for me, I would be worried about the people that have invested in us. I'm not going to walk away. I want to invest back into them.
And you got to change your phone number because people that are your fourth cousins are going to be calling you.
No, if you didn't text me this week, you're not getting anything.
Well, here's the thing about me. I've got no problem with you saying no to me. I take a lot of no's. I got no problem saying no to you.
Correct.
And I would say no to the majority of people. There are certain people that I would take care of 1,000%. Like, okay, over Chris in the chat room, you guys helped me through a divorce during the pandemic. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
That is what it's all about.
As long as you tell us we didn't help you get the divorce in the first place.
Or caused it.
Yeah, that's my point, yeah.
Which I think that's happened a couple of times.
Yeah. Chad says, I enjoyed listening to you all through the pandemic. Had to go to work each day and look forward to listening on the ride in. Preston, there we go. Preston's then broke the code. Sorry, guys, in Nashville, headed to buy the winning ticket right now.
Well, somebody talked about we could buy music rights. What are music rights for the show?
I don't know. We've checked. It changes everywhere. There's so many different avenues to do it. That's why I'm worried about if we don't do this avenue, we can get caught on this. That's why
That's why we play it safe.
Yeah, there's a lot of obstacles.
I would just, Preston, just do this. If you have the winning ticket, just buy the music rights for us.
Yeah.
I don't really miss the music usually.
I don't either, but now that somebody brought it up, it'd be fun.
All right, there you go. That's what happens if we win the lottery. Hope you guys do. If one of us can't win it up here, I hope one of you do. It'd be fantastic.
Yeah, because we'll have you on set.
Yeah, let's make a deal. If one of you folks...
This is awesome. No. If you win $1 billion,
we don't want anything.
You can come sit on the set.
We don't want anything. We just want you to come in and tell us how you're going to spend your money.
We want to build a friendship and a relationship with you.
I want that, but I got to be honest with you. If I won it and nobody knew, we're a collective group now. Now, I do have some side tickets from somebody else. But if I won it, I wouldn't let
there's what I'm concerned about.
I wouldn't let anybody know. Like, I would sit on the ticket for a couple of months, and then I would have attorneys actually broker the deal, and I would never let anybody know I won this thing.
Listen, this isn't Kyler Murray and his teammates, right? There's no, I trust that all of my teammates do the work and blah, 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 blah. But can we get some documentation on which one our tickets are before the lottery drawing happens? Because I don't want Brown to come up and say, no.
This was
the
the
winning
Brown
ticket
family.
was the Brown family tickets. I'd like to see our tickets before the drawing happens.
Boy, we're really calling him out now, aren't we? No, these I bought 101 ticket, the one ticket for the Brown family.
This was earmarked.
That was Jen Brown bought that one. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Oh, then he wouldn't be on the show.
Yeah. No, for many reasons at that point. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing, who probably is sitting there laughing at me as they punch the bag right now saying, all right, Dunaway, win $1 billion, but keep doing our commercials. I would do it, man. Want to help you guys grow. Right there at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. If you're looking, as we get ready to go back to school, and that's just happening next week, right? Week after next, and you are going to drop those kids off at school, and you're going to say, hey, now I've got a little time to myself. What do I want to do? What do I want to do to get back into shape, both mentally and physically? How about using the sport of boxing to reach your goals? You can do that at Champions Boxing. Here's the phone number, 205-358-8176, 205-358-8176. It's right behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing. You get stamina, you get strength, you get footwork, agility, all of that trains the mind and the body. They've got 6 USA certified boxing trainers there for you, and it's a USA certified gym. Classes of all ages, 7 and up, not a fight club, but also they have classes just for women as well. Check them out. Champions Boxing on their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL, or on Instagram. We're back in a moment on the next round.
On Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, back with you on the Next Round. One more segment before we get to Rockstar's Lounge today. We're 29 days away from the start of the college football season. I'm just going to run through a bunch of stuff I have on my sheet that we didn't get to before we get to Rockstar, and I want you to react. But first, tell me about the great folks at Sympio.
Yeah, Sympio was the first call we made here on the Next Round, because we have no idea what goes on with the 4 pillars, which are compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. They will take care of all of that BS in every single office. Sympio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Sympio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Sympio any time of year. There's no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or online, Sympio.com.
Okay, we'll start off with what we started the show with, Charles Barkley, who says he is staying with TNT now the rest of his television career. It's official. He's turning down the offer from Liv, which I think we can openly say it was never an official offer, but it was discussed in the $200 to $250 million range. He's basically turning down $250 million to stay with TNT in his current setup.
Yeah, look, I think TNT, I think his advisors, his close team, got around him and said, you've got all of these endorsement deals. You've had a long-standing relationship with TNT. You're very comfortable in what you do. And I think it was leverage. I think he made more money with Liv coming out. And Liv obviously was serious about this. For Greg Norman to fly up from Florida and have lunch with Charles in Atlanta and then fly Charles to New Jersey to play in the Pro-Am yesterday, they really wanted Charles. And I think Liv was prepared to pay him anywhere between $25 and $50 million. I think it was more on the $50 million side. I think it was going to be a 4-year deal, close to $200 million. He turned it down. I'm a little surprised. You made good points in the first segment of today's show of why he did. So I do get that.
And I'll go back to what we were discussing in the last segment. Charles also, for other people around him, if Charles isn't on that show, who knows if Ernie's career is over with, right? If all of a sudden Shaq and Kenny aren't, on that show anymore, if the show just falls apart. TNT, do they lose the NBA altogether? Now you've impacted hundreds of your friends that's been with you every night in Atlanta at TNT. How when we were with Charles over in Atlanta last week, how proud was he of the I won't say the name because I don't want to give it away, but a little pub that he goes to. That's a mom and pop. It's a hole-in-the-wall pub, but he and a lot of the Turner workers go there because it's the only thing open in the area after they do their late-night shows. And he loves that they, the camera guys and some of the grips and all them will go have drinks there. Charles is that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And those people could lose their jobs if Charles makes this decision. And I think all that started to weigh on him.
Yeah, and even bigger, you bring up the NBA, and I think Turner's deal is done with the NBA in 2 years. And without Charles Barkley, the NBA doesn't go down, but Barkley brings a ton to that league. I mean, that is the must-see when it comes to the NBA, is that TNT in-studio show. So, yeah, I think there was a lot to that, too. And so, look, good for Barkley. I think he got a nice bump from TNT, though. I'm just guessing.
I would bet he would.
Yeah.
I bet he ends up.
And he deserves it anyway.
I bet he ends up making, when it's all said and done, he'll make all that money up in different ways. Not as easy as it was going to be, but he'll make it up in different ways. And he stays the beloved guy that he's always been.
Yeah,
There's
I think
no controversy.
I think it's a loss for the Lib, though. Because they've got to have some kind of entertainment value. And David Faraday, whatever you think of him, it's not Charles Barkley. It's not somebody that transcends golf. Again, I watch all the majors. I don't watch golf week to week. With a guy like Barkley on that broadcast, I probably at least would consume some of it. But they've got to do something with their packaging anyway. It's really just scattered.
And they got to get a broadcast partner. I don't know if they'll get one here in the States. We'll see. I meant to get to this in the last segment when we got carried away talking lottery like a lot of America is today. The addendum that was in Kyler Murray's contract that basically mandated him for 4 hours a week on game week to study film away from what he does with the other quarterbacks, other players, other positions. 4 hours a week on his own, which you would think every quarterback does on his own anyway, more than 4 hours. But it was an addendum that they put into his $230 million contract to basically force their quarterback to spend some personal time, 4 hours a week, and without any electronics, gaming devices, phones, anything that would distract him from watching film. Basically, it was a contract to force him to do his homework. They dropped the addendum last night. They done it recently, but it came out last night.
Too bad it's out there. You can pull this back in. You can take the addendum out. But the Cardinals already stated, it went public, the backlash when it began, the reason they've now taken this out, there was concern that he wasn't studying film before. I think this shows you what's going on with the organization. I mean, it's just...
I wasn't here when you guys talked about it initially. Did you guys think it was wrong for them to put that in there?
Well, why give him the money if you don't believe this guy is going to be prepared? Do you think you have to ask Tom Brady to study film?
No.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is the leader, the face of your franchise. If you're going to take it to the next level and start to win postseason games, it's going to be because of the play of Kyler Murray. He's erratic to begin with, and if you don't have enough confidence for him to study for 4 hours for the next opponent.
Yeah, he gave an 11-minute answer the other day as camp opened up, talking about his work ethic. Nobody's going to question his work ethic, blah, 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 blah. They've already done it. When they put this addendum in there, they've dropped it now, but it'll hang over his head forever. And do you think there is a problem with his preparation?
Obviously. There's no reason they would have put this in they wouldn't have had the addendum to begin with if there wasn't. But for Kyler Murray to say the criticism of his work ethic and the allegation that he doesn't watch any game film is disrespectful and it's almost a joke, your agents, I guarantee you had a conversation with them where they said, hey, look, by the way, you're getting paid, but we've got this clause in the contract.
That's right.
He knew all about this.
Yeah.
And now they're embarrassed. They shouldn't have let it leak out. If I'm the Cardinals, I'm not giving him this type of money if I'm worried about his work ethic.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either. I wouldn't have gotten to that point. I'd have moved on if he's not doing his work. Marcus Mariota named the starter yesterday at Falcons camp. They didn't delay that decision very long, right?
No, I hate it for Arthur Smith because I don't know about you. I just don't believe that there's, some kind of magical potion left for Mariota.
And I'm not saying all or any of these USFL guys are going to catch on, but have you seen the number of USFL players that are in camps that are getting a shot in the NFL? And Mike McCarthy of the Cowboys said, the NFL coaches, we watched those games. There was some good football being played in the USFL. We circled guys as we watched those games that we wanted to bring into camp. You've seen a number of USFL guys sign with teams over the last 3 weeks that are going to be in camps as they opened up this week. I think that's a good testament for what Moose Johnston and the guys did with the year one of the USFL.
Yeah, I think it is too. And I'm not surprised that some of these coaches and scouts weren't watching these games. I mean, it is the equivalent of now in the transfer portal, finding guys from Group 5 smaller schools. And a guy like Sal Cannella, he's going to stick. He'll be on a 53-man roster.
I mean, there's a guy that could make an impact for a team.
Yeah, I think this is a guy that will have legitimate regular season receptions.
And, sometimes all you need is game action to sort of get you over the over the hump, right? Once you get that game experience, you become a better football player. And now, as he's back into camp, maybe be a more likely candidate to make the roster.
Well, he was a focal point of that offense this past spring or summer. I can't even keep up with it. I guess summer. And we always wondered why he wasn't more utilized. We've always said this about the tight end at Auburn, but Canelo was a guy that just didn't get a lot of opportunity.
Okay, you said that with tight end at Auburn. I've got to bring up this fact that I think is going to blow you all away over here. All right, recruiting-wise, right now, UCF picked up 4-star defensive lineman John Walker yesterday. He becomes the third, or is it the fourth? I think it's the third ESPN 300 guy to commit to UCF. If UCF was already in the Big 12 this year, right now, according to 24/7, they'd have the top-rated recruiting class in the Big 12.
Wow.
That's what Gus Malzahn's doing right now. So this guy...
But wasn't that the knock on Malzahn, though, is he couldn't recruit?
Yeah, 4-star defensive lineman John Walker picks UCF over Ohio State, Michigan, Miami, and Florida. So I don't know if they've got their collective going down there or what, but right now, according to 24/7, UCF would be number one in the Big 12 if they were already in the Big 12.
Do you think, with that said, UCF, with Malzahn or without Malzahn, wins the Big 12 in the next 7 years?
Yeah, I think UCF is going to be. I think UCF,
BYU,
and Houston.
Will be the big players.
I don't think Cincinnati will have the success that UCF, Houston, and BYU will have in the Big 12. I'm going to like that conference with those teams in there.
Yeah, and it's kind of a conference you pull for now that Oklahoma and Texas, went off to bigger and better things.
Especially if you bring in Utah and Colorado.
The funny thing about the Big 12 is Texas really has never been a factor.
Yeah, it's been a while. All right, that's the things I had on my sheet I didn't get to. Really impressive there. Really impressive there by Gus Malzahn, what he's doing in this class so far. When we come back, Rockstar's view. First of all, the lock of the day, man. I know this is Taylor's idea, but I've really enjoyed your Lance's Lock videos out in the lobby every day. Tell me about that.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, we started this. We're just getting back involved. We did this last year on TikTok, and Harry, one of my partners on Lance's Lock, he was like, hey, man, we've got to start putting these videos back out. So Taylor's helped out on that. So we're rolling a video out each and every day on this. But last night, we actually had 2 winners for you. We were 2-0, but Baltimore went at 11:40. And so we got that out a little late, so we can't take credit. But we had the Phillies last night. Wheeler, I said, would pitch well. He pitched well. They were up 8-0 in the 7th. They win 8-7. So it got a little nerve-wracking there late. But we were 1-0 yesterday. I think we're 36-24 now in July. We're scorching baseball. We've got 4 plays for you tonight, lanceslock.com.
All right, lanceslock.com. It's brought to you every day here on the show by the folks at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team right there, ready to fix anything when it comes to plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call them up now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call home while they're in college, Montevallo can be that place right now. Check them out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour. Find out why it's a great university right there in Shelby County. Great, centrally located to places like Birmingham, Montgomery, Atlanta, Nashville, New Orleans, Mobile, Pensacola, Stillwater, anywhere. Montevallo, easy to get to, small class sizes, which excels your kids when it comes to academics, great athletics, 21 NCAA Division II, fully funded scholarship sports, and a lot more. Check it out. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Every Friday, we get a chance to sort of kick back in the lounge and let Rockstar entertain us. We both feel the same way about the Doobie Brothers.
Oh, my God. So Wednesday night, we have a category at OD's Team Trivia called Name That Tune. And Rockstar decided to do Doobie Brothers this week.
I just threw it out there, man. I'm not a fan of the song.
It was good if you like the Doobie Brothers, but I just said, please. What was it, China Grove?
No, man, I was listening to the music.
Okay.
Whoa, listen to the music.
But what's so funny is, your average demographic at Odie's on a Wednesday night is 24, 25.
People were singing.
They were all singing.
Yeah.
And when he got done, I was like, that shit was horrible.
Thank you so much.
So we're just hoping you don't do Doobie Brothers. I said do something fun or do something really depressing.
I was going to do Blackwater. But
what a weird setup we've got, by the way. Look behind the glass.
I know. We've got Taylor back there running the board.
Skeleton crew, man.
Yeah, and the Hide Your Live camera.
Do you feel confident? Okay.
Well, we're on now, so it doesn't matter.
Too late.
All right, so what are you playing for us today? We're in the Enclave Lounge for Rockstar. Before LT tells us about the Enclave, you tell us what you're playing.
Well, if we're doing two today, I got one kind of happy up-tempo and one kind of slower low-tempo. Which one do you want first?
Let's go low first.
All right. I know Lance is a big Dave Matthews fan, right?
I don't mind Dave Matthews. Didn't love him in college, but respect him now, and I like some of his stuff.
I'll do my.
I like Satellite.
I've done Satellite before.
Okay.
I don't have the time to do it today, but I'll do.
Reminds me of the Duster Buster.
Yes, he told that story.
Yep.
Worked in a batting cage. This is. I've told the same stories over and over too. Shut up. 27 times. Open casket.
No, I mean, how many shows do we do a year, by the way?
A lot. That's the thing. Things
256.
By the way, I think show number 300 is going to be at Floribama, if I'm timing this right.
Oh, yeah.
You got to have something special.
I mean, tattoo for that one.
Bear Bryant celebrated 300, right?
He did.
You guys on Coca-Cola. This is Where Are You Going by Dave Matthews. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's brought to you by our friends at the Enclave. Tell us about that.
Yeah, hey, where quality is the standard, presented by the Enclave at Cedar Grove, a new community, our new home community in Alabaster. Pick out a home site and build a home anywhere from 1,900 to 3,800 square feet. If you need something in time for school, they still have a few available move-in ready homes. Skip the bidding war and buy brand new. For more information, call Paul 205-602-0563 or visit y'allbettercallpaul.com.
Where are you going with your funny face looking down? Don't hide away like an ocean that you can see, that you can smell the waves crash down. I am no Superman. I have no reasons for you. I am no hero, that's for sure. But I do know one thing, is where you are, is where I belong. I do know where you go, is where I want to be. Where are you going? Where do you go? Are you looking for answers to the questions that you see? Don't hide away. You will grow weary. You can stay along and stay with me. You're okay. I am no Superman. I have no answers for you. I am no hero, that's for sure. But I do know one thing, is where you are, is where I belong. I do know where you go, is where I want to be. Where are you going? Where do you go? Where do you go? I am no Superman. I have no reasons for you. I am no hero, that's for sure. But I do know one thing, is where you are, is where I belong. I do know where you go, is where I want to be. Let's go.
Rockstar right there in the Enclave Lounge. What was the movie where the guy had the bike accident and then the Beatles didn't exist anymore, and he was able to. Yesterday.
Still haven't seen it.
What would be
Oh, it's
a
so good.
really good movie?
Yeah.
I saw it twice in the theater.
It looked good. I just never saw it.
Danny
Really good
Boyle,
movie.
really good director.
Yeah, really good movie. What would be another artist or group that would be a good movie like that if it
Zeppelin.
had not been the Beatles?
Zeppelin, Stones.
You know, the problem with that, though, is those are really, like the Beatles, for whatever reason, you could do Beatles. I guess you could do anything acoustic by yourself, right?
Yeah.
Solo.
Elton John.
You know,
The Bee Gees.
but that was Dave Matthews, right?
Correct.
I'm horrible with music. With Dave Matthews, such a unique sound at that particular time. I mean,
Well, he was playing with horns and they turned the reverb down. He was playing with horns and everything.
if you had ended up just coming out of nowhere with that sound, I don't know, would it have been like, oh, look, this guy's so amazing, or sometimes it'd be like,
Well, just remember when he came out, he was super duper skinny and he'd wear pajama pants, and he's coming out with a horn player and a violin player, and people were just like, well, it was so out of the blue because he sings where he wake up in the morning, and it was original, and it took by storm. I mean, like 94, 95, he just blew up. He was like the college circuit everywhere.
So tomorrow night at Odie's, you're going to be performing at 8 o'clock with Will Haver. Are you going to do any Dave Matthews?
Yes, I think we're doing every day. I think that's on the set list.
Any Zeppelin?
We can try the only one I do is as a joke. I do "Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You."
No, but I'm talking about tomorrow night.
No, I don't think we have Zeppelin on the list.
Because I wanted to see John Bonham.
I'll let him do Moby Dick. That's just an instrumental.
Oh, yeah.
He can do Moby Dick.
easy. All right, Rockstar is going to do one more song in our final segment to get us to the weekend, as we always do on Friday, between the Final Four and the start of college football season, which is only 29 days away. It's brought to you by our friends at the Enclave.
Yeah, the Enclave at Cedar Grove. It's a new home community in Alabaster where quality meets standard, or quality is the standard. You can pick out a home site, build a home anywhere from 1,900 to 3,800 square feet. If you need something in time for school, they still have a few available move-in ready homes. Skip the bidding war and buy brand new. For more information, call Paul 205-602-0563 or visit y'allbettercallpaul.com.
All right, one more segment to go. Rockstar with one more song. Taylor, take us to break.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, one more song from Rockstar before we get out of here on a Friday. 29 days from the start of college football. CFL tonight, 8 o'clock. You can watch it on ESPN2 if you're jonesing for football. BC Lions and the Rough Riders from Saskatchewan playing tonight at 8 o'clock. Again, it's on ESPN2. A couple of good baseball series going on, including you get to see Madison Bumgarner and the Diamondbacks against the Braves tonight if you want to watch a little baseball. With that going on. And then next week, camps open up for college football. So a whole lot of stuff that is happening. But Rockstar, with one more song before we tell you about what's going on at Pac-12 Media Days, what do you have for us?
Let's do a little Jimmy Eat World, The Middle, a great video with a lot of women in their underwear.
Oh, can't beat that. And I love this band. Hit it.
Hey, don't write yourself off, yeah. It's only in your head you feel left out. I look down on. Just try your best. Try everything you can. And don't you worry what they tell themselves when you're away. It just takes some time. A little girl, you're in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright. Hey, you know they're all the same. You know you're doing better on your own. So don't buy it. Live right now. Yeah, just be yourself. It doesn't matter if it's good enough for someone else. It just takes some time. Little girl, you're in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright. Woo! Hey, don't write yourself off, yeah. It's only in your head you feel left out. I look down all. Just try your best, try everything you can, and don't you worry what they tell themselves when you're away. It just takes some time, little girl, you're in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright. It just takes some time, little girl, you're in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright.
That's Rockstar in the Enclave Lounge right there, brought to you by the Enclave down in Alabaster. We appreciate them so much. Y'all better call Paul.com.
Very good.
Yeah.
205-602-0563 or y'allbettercallpaul.com.
One of those websites you don't forget. Here's a developing story. Pac-12 Media Days going on today. Again, they voted Utah, the media did, to win over Oregon, USC, and UCLA in their top four. But if you didn't think, if there was any reason for the Big 12 to maybe not feed on the Pac-12, maybe, they're struggling in the water, maybe don't want to go attack them right now and steal more teams from them. Maybe the gloves came off moments ago. The Pac-12 commissioner, much like we saw the SEC commissioner do, Greg Sankey, held his state of the conference. And later, when he started answering questions, Pac-12's George Kliavkoff was asked about the Big 12 commissioners saying they were open for business. Here's his quote. "I appreciate that. We haven't decided yet whether we're going to go shopping there or not," talking about shopping in the Big 12, bringing them to the Pac-12. The Pac-12 commissioner saying that about the Big 12, saying they're open for business.
If you're the Pac-12, the Big 12's got more leverage right now.
They're firm footing right now. They're 12 teams, solid teams with UCF, Houston, and BYU coming in.
Yeah, if I'm the Pac-12, if I'm an institution like Oregon, I'm scrambling right now to get out.
Yeah, I would call the Big 12.
I don't think anybody would come to the Pac-12 outside of a Boise State, a San Diego State.
Yeah, San Diego State's an attractive
It is
team
now with
for
a new
somebody.
venue, too.
That new stadium and that market there in Southern California. That's the show today. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to all of our great sponsors, you, the viewers and listeners. We're back with you on Monday, 9 a.m. Central Time. When we come back together, we'll be 26 days away from the start of college football. Man, we are there. And camps opening up in Tuscaloosa, Auburn, UAB next week.
And a week from Floribama.
And a week from the
Boom.
Floribama.
Get well.
Until
Hydrate.
next time, God bless you and God bless America.